these questions, the Senate has yet to critically examine the submissions. The queries relate to discrepancies in the audited accounts of the National Oil Company, which the Senate has described as lacking transparency. The committee had issued a 3-week deadline to NNPCL's Chief Executive Officer, Bayo Julari, on July 29 to provide answers regarding the 210 trillion naira flagged in audit reports. The House of Representatives has rejected narratives that portray Nigeria's security challenges as religiously motivated or state-sponsored. This position comes in response to a bill introduced in the United States Congress on March 11, 2025. The resolution seeks to designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern for allegedly engaging in and tolerating systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom. In reaction, the House mandated relevant government agencies, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to compile and transmit empirical evidence that counters the claims made in the U.S. bill. The resolution followed a motion of urgent public importance moved by the Deputy Speaker, Benjamin Kalu, and was unanimously supported by members of the House. Lawmakers argued that Nigeria is not facing a religious crisis and stressed the need for prompt diplomatic action to ensure the bill does not gain traction in the U.S. Congress. Former Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, says his resignation from office was not an admission of guilt. Nnaji resigned yesterday following the controversy surrounding his certificate said to have been obtained from the University of Nigeria Nsukka UNN, Enugu State, as well as his National Youth Service Corps NYSC discharge certificate. While he maintains that he graduated from the University of Nigeria Nsukka in 1975, a report indicates that the institution could not verify his academic records. In a statement yesterday night, Nnaji admitted that the decision to resign from his position did not come lightly. The former minister also claimed that the certificate scandal was politically motivated by his opponent. He thanked President Bola Tinubu for the opportunity to serve in his cabinet and assured the president of his continued loyalty. Meanwhile, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has called for an independent, transparent, and comprehensive investigation into the academic and professional credentials of all members of the Federal Executive Council, FEC, beginning with President Bola Tinubu himself. Atiku's call comes in the wake of the recent resignation of the former Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, over an alleged certificate scandal. Following the controversy surrounding the authenticity of his academic qualifications, Nnaji tendered his resignation yesterday, but maintains that his resignation is not an admission of guilt. Reacting to the development in a post on his X handle, Atiku said the resignation of the former minister has once again brought to light the deep moral crisis at the heart of the Tinubu administration. The former vice president also questioned Tinubu's own credentials, alleging that they have been the subject of controversy for decades. Atiku also criticized the Department of State Services, DSS, questioning how Nnaji's alleged certificate scandal escaped detection during the screening process prior to his appointment. The federal government has appealed to the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, to shelve its planned strike, assuring that it is committed to addressing all outstanding demands raised by the union. Addressing a news conference in Abuja, the Minister of Education, Tunji Alasa, said the federal government is already looking into the demands of the union and progress is already being made in the ongoing negotiations between both parties. The minister explained that the Mahmoud Yahya Ali Ahmed Federal Government Tertiary Institutions Expanded Negotiation Committee had been reconstituted and inaugurated to fast-track talks with both academic and non-academic unions in universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education. He added that President Bola Tinubu had given clear directives that all efforts must be made to avoid another disruption in the nation's tertiary institutions. ASU has already begun full mobilization of its members in preparation for a possible nationwide warning strike as its 14-day ultimatum is set to expire on Sunday. The union announced the decision to embark on a 14-day warning strike following a National Executive Council meeting held on Sunday at the University of Abuja. Meanwhile, the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities, SANU, and the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Associated Institutions have declared a one-day protest for tomorrow over the federal government's failure to meet their demands. Acting under the Joint Action Committee, both unions have directed all their branches to hold joint emergency meetings today to mobilize members for protest activities. This will include marches on campuses, placard displays, and press briefings. The decision followed a comprehensive review of government action at JAC's meeting on October 6 after several ultimatums had expired without resolution. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. We'll take a short break. We'll come back for more news, sports, and foreign stories. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
Happy birthday to my a true Democrat, visionary leader, and lover of peace, Chief Edison Agraya Ehie, the distinguished Chief of Staff to the Executive Governor of Rivers State. Today, together with my family, I celebrate not just the birth of a man, but the rise of a symbol of loyalty, courage, and uncommon grace. You have proven through your actions and character that leadership is not about titles, but about service, compassion, and unwavering commitment to humanity. My dear brother, your presence commands respect, your wisdom inspires confidence, and your humility endears you to rule. You're a man whose greatness is evident not only in words, but in deeds. A man guided by divine purpose and fueled by unshakable drive to see others flourish. On this special day of yours, I, Tekena Thank God Ekpake, join your family, friends, and well-wishers in celebrating the greatness that you represent. Keep soaring higher, King of the Boys. And this is signed by Tekena Thank God Ekpake, Chairman, Ipman, River State.
Thanks for staying with us. Now the rest of the news. The Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has adjourned till Friday, October 10, for further hearing in a suit challenging the constitutional authority of President Bola Tinubu to declare a state of emergency in Rivers State. Presiding Judge Justice James Omotosho fixed a new date after listening to submissions from counsels representing both parties in the matter. During the proceedings, counsel to the President, Babatunde Ogala, urged the courts to rely on its previous rulings in similar cases which were dismissed for lack of jurisdiction. However, counsel to the plaintiff, Babafemi Adegbite, opposed the motion, arguing that the case before the court raises distinct constitutional questions and sought permission to make oral submissions to establish why the court has jurisdiction to entertain the matter. In his ruling, Justice Omotosho directed the plaintiff to file a written address in support of his claims and adjourn the case for further deliberation. Speaking to newsmen after the sitting, the plaintiff, Farah Dagugo, a former member of the House of Representatives through his counsel, Babafemi Adegbite, stated that despite the lifting of the emergency rule, the constitutional question remains unresolved.
This is that it didn't have jurisdiction, that the proper court to go to is the Supreme Court, and we are of a different opinion. So we're agreed with the court that we're going to address the court on that on Friday, the 10th day of October 2025. We'll address the court on why we think the court has jurisdiction. And like our client always says, we want the matter to get to a logical conclusion, let the court decide one way or the other, then we'll decide on the next step to take. Like we said, we know and we still believe that the president did not have the power to do what he did. We're going ahead with the case after 6 months. It's not an academic exercise. We want to get to a logical conclusion for the sake of posterity. Let the court judge. We're going to go all the way to the Supreme Court, God willing.
Today FM reports that yesterday's session marked the first full appearance of all parties in the suit, including President Bola Tinubu, Senate President Godswill Akpabio, the leadership of the National Assembly, and the former Rivers State Sole Administrator, retired Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas. The people of Ugbele community in Ahoda East Local Government Area of Rivers State, host to Aradel Holdings PLC, have staged a peaceful protest against what they described as injustice and environmental degradation affecting their land. The protesters, comprising women, chiefs, opinion leaders, and youth, erected tents and blocked the main entrance to the company's premises. Today FM reports that they carried placards with various inscriptions such as BOT and Aradel Holdings. Please declare the amount of money accrued to Ugbele community. Start Petroleum Industry Act PIA implementation now, with effect from 2021. as they chanted songs of solidarity accompanied by traditional drum beats. Speaking to newsmen, the community woman leader, Peace Amusu, questioned the company's refusal to engage community contractors and accused Aradel Holdings of failing to meet its obligations as stipulated in the Petroleum Industry Act PIA. On their part, the Community Women Assistant Secretary, Joy Okorobia, and Ruth Peter alleged that their children were being denied employment opportunities while outsiders were being recruited monthly. They vowed that the women would not vacate the protest site until their demands are met, claiming that the company had brought more hardship than good to the community. Efforts to reach Blessing Okpo, Community Affairs Manager of Aradel Holdings PLC, proved abortive as he did not respond to calls. On the foreign scene, President Donald Trump has called for the jailing of Illinois officials, accusing them of not doing enough to ensure the safety of federal immigration officers who are conducting raids in Chicago. The president wrote in a social media post that Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, both Democrats, should be in jail for failing to protect ICE officers. Trump has previously called the city a war zone amid protests against immigration enforcement. Governor Pritzker has called the president's action authoritarian. The Republican president spoke as hundreds of National Guard troops arrived in the city as part of his immigration crackdown. In sport, Cristiano Ronaldo has become football's first billionaire player. This is according to financial information and media firm Bloomberg. The Bloomberg Billionaires Index, external which tracks the world's richest people based on their net worth, has measured the 40-year-old Portugal and Al Nassr striker's wealth for the first time. The valuation takes into account career earnings, investment, and endorsement and says Ronaldo's net worth is $1.4 billion. To end the news, as a summary of the major stories. We told you that the federal government has appealed to the Academic Staff Union of Universities to shelve its planned strike. You heard that former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has called for an independent investigation into the academic and professional records of President Bola Tinubu and members of his cabinet. On the forward scene, you heard that U.S. President Donald Trump has called for the arrest of Illinois Governor and Chicago Mayor. Ifunanya Obeme Ndukwe, editor of the news. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. Read our stories on todayfmlive.com. Good evening. I am Lucky Maxwell.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081-389-2850 now for more information.
Station with the
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our Gospiration, because it's the moment of truth. Our High Life show, because high life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our nostalgia drive, because old is gold. Our show for young people, because Gen Z code is on.
Our Pidgin Bit, because na Naija we day. Our book review, because books are a mirror. Our big stories, because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts, because we care that you're healthy. Our eyewitness report, because we want to hear from you. Our reggae show, because Rastafari. One love.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Want to know what's happening? Get latest information in sports, politics, lifestyle, you name it. The frequency of choice. Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We serve you the latest update on everything. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Under pressure, black and white, under pressure. Under pressure, Europeans, under pressure. Can't get no food to pick up, feel we belly.
What's going on in your life? What are you thinking about that is giving you concern, that you're really, 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 really concerned about, and you feel like, man, I need to talk about this issue. This is the time for you to talk about it, right? So if you're under pressure, it might be that you're thinking about how the nation is going. But something fascinated me while I was reading this particular story. Of course, the immigration law and enforcement in the U.S. that Donald Trump came up with, some governors are also challenging it. It is not everything Mr. President said, says that all the governors will say is good. It's a welcome development. It's a welcome development. No. Look at what Governor Pritzker said. Pritzker. He said the president's action is authoritarian. How many governors can tell President Tinubu that, Oga, this thing that you're doing, no, is not in the interest of the people? Because you cannot be all-knowing as a president, right? You can't also be all-knowing as a governor. Like, for instance, the way I am I an encyclopedia of knowledge? No. VC, you are not all-knowing. So, students can also tell you that, sir, this one, follow. The deans, they can also tell you that this one, no, is not in the interest of the school. Let's step it down. Is that what is obtainable in our own climb here? Where anything, point one says, carry go. Some people want to speak up, but for fear of victimization, they wouldn't want to speak up. Some people they want to talk. They don't like it, they want to talk, but because they are scared of being victimized. And that's because we don't have a system that checkmates everyone. Donald Trump cannot just do everything and get away with it. Okay, he's saying that the mayor and the governor should, that's the mayor of Illinois and Governor Pritzker, should be in jail, right? For failing to protect ICE officers, right? But the governor is also telling him that, sir, what you are doing is authoritarian. How many governors in Nigeria can do that? The next thing is they will cross carpet, move to the other party. It's either they will be quiet, even if they are oppressing their people. Even if there's a presidential order or whatever oppressing the people within their state, they will keep quiet. Remember what Amechi said about the governors of this time when, the emergency rule came on board. He said there was a particular name he called them. I'll search for that name. Amechi told them, was it that they are timid or something? So even when their people are being oppressed, there are some issues happening within states, especially in the south, southeast. The governors are quiet. Am I correct? The governors are quiet. All they care about is bring money from Abuja, Mokushia. Because probably, if they go against it, the next thing is they will seize their funds. And because they are not creative, they need that money to just pay salary, because that's what they do now. Pay salary, pay small pension, do one or two roads. Somebody did one bridge for 8 years, and they were using headpan to this 21st century that bridges are usually, they've done the whatever, they will just come and install it. They were using headpan to, as if they are building 2-bedroom flat. See, governor, I see where things, and we say we are practicing what? Democracy. Democracy? True federalism? Is that what's going on here? The governors, can they protect their people when there's an external invasion? For instance, if Mr. President has an interest in a particular state, and that interest is going to oppress the people, will the governor talk, or he will keep quiet? So either they will not seize his fund, or open some, okay, if they want to open this thing, who no get now? If they want to open the books, who no get? Well, Atiku has told, see DSS now, where they pursue Showore. DSS, they couldn't find out that someone's certificate was fake. But if I say anything now, they will land at the gate. If I say anything now, you see them. They will land at the gate. And I know if you see person with forged certificates. But if anybody says anything now, bam, they will land. Fia, you know, willy now, hot cash. Willy don't appear. Everybody will run. I beg. Call 0810-9510-951. Tell us what's on your mind. So that's it. Governor called Mr. President, sir, this thing you are doing is authoritarian. You can't do it. You need to calm down. Here, it will happen. How many governors can do that? Everybody's aligning with the center. What are you aligning with? There is no Nigeria as in Abuja, Nigeria. It's different states now that, okay, if all the states say, okay, we are now separate, why are you stay in Abuja and do Nigeria now? Is that not so? So you need all of us. We all need each other. So you can't be oppressing me because you're in Abuja and then my governor will be quiet, aligning with the center. What are you aligning with? The governor said, President Trump, this thing you're doing is authoritarian. And nothing will happen. Yes, good evening. What's on your mind?
Hello, Maxwell.
Welcome.
Good morning. Good evening, brother.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Maxwell, at times I ask myself why my former state governor should be walking freely. When you talk of a governor doing one bridge for 8 years, I know too well that you are not lying, or you were not lying, because my former state governor used 8 years to build one small bridge and told us they were doing superhighway. No, I mean, we have never had a governor like Ben Ayade. We have never in the history of Cross River State. Ben scammed us, and is working freely, very free. Ben told us Bakassi Seaport. Ben told us Kako Airport at Exeter Obudu have come. Nothing Ben did not say to us, but at the end of the day, Ben Ayade did not do anything.
Is it the budget of Krum Krum Kram Kram and improvisation?
Wonderful. That is it, bro. That is it. And the next thing Ben will know that Ben knew that when once he crossed carpet to APC, nobody will look for him. And what Ben did was to cross carpet to APC, and that ends the news. Nothing.
Right. Thank you for sharing what's on your mind. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome.
Hello, Master.
Hey, Reginald.
When you read news,
the
story you just talked about, President Trump,
yes.
Nigeria, where the whole world live,
yes.
The dog say the dog arrest of
Hi. Reginald, can you call back? Your line is breaking. I don't know what's happening to the network. This just like Trump said they should arrest those people, these network providers should be arrested. Because I don't understand why people will be paying for something and they are not getting value. Money is going. You know, here in this country, anything happens. Everything happens. People go scot-free. You can't say I should dial a number, I dial, and you are taking my money, and I'm not getting value for it. And everybody's just quiet, as if everything is normal. It's not normal, though. Yes, good evening.
I call back.
Yes,
Master Reginald. I say, Almighty Trump, where the whole world they see us. The best police say arrest governor. I arrest a local government chairman. The other man, a local government, the other mayor, a local government chairman. You no carry in power, say make him go declare state of emergency, release them by force. Now I hope president, where even Nigerian president, they share them. And here we here they talk about democracy. Our own shameful democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, good evening.
Lucky Master, good evening.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
This is Onowu from Eneka.
Yes, please.
Lucky Master, they walk away and they talk after. Nobody don't call you. Now you be my agent now. And you go find this work for me, Lucky Master. Oh man. Lucky Master, what's on my mind there is how to get a job. I say this thing is very tough for me, this period. Like, I don't even know what to do again. This my small 2K, why for myself, the entire road, they find small. All the motor leg, because this our bad road, don't condemn us. This thing, the Kickstarter said, it was yesterday. For what I enter inside the Kickstarter, if you see, mud, everything inside. It was yesterday I managed to get small money from a friend. I used to fix the Kickstarter today now. To enable me to go and carry my kids because our road was very bad. I could not take my kids to school. No way. Or no vehicle, nothing. So man, the thing, they really they affect to this our road. Make Sim Fubara, our governor, make him try to do something about this road. They should come back to fight. Thing is really disturbing us. I beg, like a matter today, for road. If you see walk, I beg. Because
Okay,
I will continue to the call. I beg. I need job. I need something to be doing.
Okay, sir.
So I will take the support this thing.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, please. Go ahead. Good evening.
Yeah, Max, Mr. Zion from
Mr.
Port
Zion.
Harcourt. Good evening to you.
Mr. Zion, where's your certificate? You were not expecting that, right? Oh, are you a professor in practice?
Maxwell, you are in the spirit. God bless you. Just imagine the question this guy is asking you. Maxwell, my certificates are all intact. And then those that schooled with me, they hear my voice every day. I'm talking about my classmates from here in River State that I schooled and also in Jos where I also schooled. They know me. Here in River State, my rector knows me. My departmental head knows me. My dean of studies knows me. The senate of that institution also knows me. You know why? I challenged one of my papers on one of those courses. They failed all of us. Everybody. I start more challenges. How can only one person pass that course? My brother, this is certificates. You know, I always say this. All of them are incompetent.
No, you can't say all of them.
See, they should challenge me.
You
in a
can say
public
some.
debate.
Some. Mm-hmm.
Maxwell, that only this one we don't finger out. Oh. You know what happened to others? If all of them are competent or some are competent, how come the economy of Nigeria is still like this? See, you cannot give what you don't have. You cannot grow beyond the level of your nation's economy. If you try that, then something is wrong somewhere. Sir, they are all incompetent. They cannot handle this nation.
Some of
I've
them.
been telling you about 2-3 portfolios. The CBN, the economic advisor, the education, nothing will come out from there. I've been saying this. And day in, day out, they keep exposing the truth and exonerating Mr. Zion. Before I leave the floor, Max, the reason I even more of sure of that's my concern. The level at which our young girls are going. I'm saying this because I see this every day. I'm not seeing their actions for the now. I'm seeing the repercussion in 5, 10, 15 years to come. That is what I'm seeing. If a girl at the age of 16, 17, 18 is already into hookup, in the next 30 years, where would she be?
What is hookup?
What is hookup? Hookup is a Malachi from the father's house. Mr. Zion.
Thank you, Mr. Zion. Good evening.
Hello?
Yes, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, sir, go ahead. The Zion has run away. What is hook up now? What are you hooking? What is hook up? What about hook down? Please, let me laugh. Oh. That's one thing God has given me. Since they don't want to give scholarship, they don't want to make the economy work. Security, far. Good road, far. Railway, far. Let me laugh now. At least that one, God did not leave it in the hands of Nigerian politicians. God gave it to me free. 0810-951095. Yes, you can now send in WhatsApp messages, okay? The other time it was just doing one kind. What's on my mind is the land dispute between Odibola Property and Rumi Kini Community. Okay. It says Odibola is a popular estate company in the state, always on the radio talking about his integrity. I'm surprised he's having issues with Rumekini people. He should try to resolve with them amicably. This kind of issue can dent his image and erode public confidence in his business. All right, thank you. Good evening, Max. I feel so sad when I think of our politicians from late Buhari to Tinubu down to the ministers with forged or no certificates, and nothing is being done about it. Is it now the norm in Nigeria? What's the faith of our children? Grandma Charity. Thank you very much. Yes, good evening. Yes,
Hello.
good evening.
Good evening, Lucky Master.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
This is Nelson calling from Igrita.
Yes, please.
What is on my mind is the railway that was fixed by the former Minister of Works, our former governor. The only way I had the train functioning is Kaduna, Abuja, Kaduna. I was young. My father was a soldier. From Port Harcourt to Kaduna, we entered train in the 80s. The one they fixed, is it only Kaduna to Abuja, or the one that is running from Port Harcourt, the ends in Aba? What did they really work? I don't really understand. I don't know if you understand. Is that the only way it works? Because I know that when I was a child, we entered from Port Harcourt to Kaduna straight. In those days, it's 2-3 days journey through train. That is what is on my mind, though. I don't understand whether the rules have terminated. It's only from Port Harcourt to Aba and Lagos, and I don't know. You are a journalist. I don't know if it's working in other places that you are aware.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening.
Yeah, Maxwell.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, Maxwell.
Sir?
I know monkey, and I know too that you know turkey. Have you ever seen a turkey going back to monkey?
No.
That's it. Since APC came into power in 2015, we have been having issues of corruption. It's either the president or the finance minister, it's either the president or the science and technology minister. So that's why I said there is no how Turkey will give birth to monkey, or monkey will give birth to Turkey. What did you expect? Just like you said, as in that today's FM, if you said anything you don't supposed to say, the next 30 minutes, you will be up to 30 minutes. SSS will be in front of your office. And if you leave your office to your house, they will wait in front of your gate. But they could not see, they could not detect. They could not detect that the young man that was a minister for more than 2 years did not have certificate. And that's why I kept saying that those that go to school don't have a good job. It's those that do not go to school that have the job. Yes, that's how the system is. If you someone yourself go to school, come out with 2-1 or 4 class, you won't get a job. You won't get a good job. But those that were doing what they call dakbo, now then you will see working in a good team.
Thank you.
And you that suffer have nothing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Marsh.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Kinsley, calling from Obogoro.
All right.
What's on my mind is about the certificate saga to some of this our public office order. Mr. Marx, I want to ask this question. Some of these people, didn't they go through DSS screening? And I heard the National Assembly do screening. What kind of screening did they do? Is it to just come and take a bow and go? You don't go into this person's details to check if some of these schools they say they attend, if they actually did, or just to patronize their political allies. And a country cannot move with this kind of arrangement where you have people who don't even care. All they are interested in is what they want to get in that office. And to crown it off, my brother, at the end of all of this, nothing will happen. You see some of these who just go scot-free. This one is not the first one. It's not the second one. Even the president, who is even the chief in commander of the armed forces, my brother has the same questionable character. He's been accused of certificate.
No. You to say he has the same questionable character, you can say, okay, maybe the certificate issue with him was controversial. You say that.
Yes, my brother, and you see, all of these things will keep happening when we don't ask the right questions, and people who are supposed to do all these things, their hands are tied, and Nigeria are just looking like that.
Thank you, sir.
And you see, it's not going to end though, except we stand up and say no to all these things. If not, my brother, we'll keep having the same issue. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Go ahead. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Akoniche.
Ogamaswe, good evening. This is Akoniche, calling for Rumomoi. Let me just get you know of my experience and how this country is obfuscating us and letting us not to grow. You know that before I want to call you, Diane, I tried to load from my bank. And my bank have not already credited me or given me a credit card. You know that MTN keep on cutting me off, taking their own, taking their charge. Almost 6 times. My bank have not credited me. But this
is it the 6.98 naira?
MTN just be taking me.
Akoniche, are you listening?
I'm listening, sir.
Is it the USSD 6.98 naira?
Yes.
Okay, when you're trying to recharge, the transaction will not go through, but they'll take their money.
Yes.
You know, Akoniche, hold on. You know, that thing is an issue, and I think CSOs and co should take it up, and they should write. Because it's a major issue. I think everybody is suffering it. It's a USSD arrangement thing. When transactions haven't gone through, they will take the money, and sometimes the network will not allow you to go. So if you go 6 times without your transaction being completed, they will collect 6.98 naira 6 times.
Yes. And they want to tell me that is how MTN fits it. Don't you think that?
It's not an MTN thing. It's the service providers.
So who am I going to hold responsible? No, okay, the point is that the country we are is just a country that the head that is controlling and ruling us do not want us to survive. They're suffocating us in many ways. There's nowhere you put your money to believe that in future this money will grow for you. You find out that later it will be scammed. Now, this share I bought 2008, FCMB Bank. You know that 200 units. 9
no
naira,
need to call names of banks.
By them. No, I still have reduced. 2,000 units have reduced to 6 naira, 6 units. Now, I bought it when I was trying to put it in order, believing that it will grow. As far as this country, is it UBA? UBA?
It's all right.
Everywhere.
I've told you not to be calling their names, eh? Good evening. Go ahead. Yes, good evening. All right, let's take messages. No need for name calling, eh? You can just. But that 6.98 naira thing, I think everybody is also, and I think was it Mascot called in one of those and said, what they should have done is allow the transaction go through when it is finished. It's like that. It's like someone wants to get paid when he has not finished his job. So my transaction must go through till the end before you collect the 6.98 naira. But once you dial, it's not except you want to use your app to do the transaction. But if it is USSD, once you dial that code, put in, you will see options. Press this, you press, and then the thing is now whining, wing, and it doesn't go through. It goes back. Your 6.98 naira is gone. Once you dial that code again, you want to another one, just like that. That's what Akonuche is saying. And everybody is quiet. Everybody is quiet. Nobody is talking. A formal complaint should have been launched to the telecommunication guys, including the CBN, copying the National Security Advisor, and every other person that is... because that thing looks funny. It looks funny. Max, can you see what's going on in the U.S. where a governor is questioning the authority of the president? But here now, you will hear from your program. They will call from... they will say he did not make peace. Max, we are far from what they call democracy. Well, Max Naji would have made his case simple if he had at least shown us the pictures of his graduation group photograph of his classmates. Way back, my primary, secondary, university graduation group photographs are there. I'm talking about the 70s and 80s. Kanu, thank you. But what if the thing have disappeared? You know, in the 70s and 80s, you didn't have the kind of technology you have today. That's one thing you also have to consider. You get what we're saying? Okay? You didn't have the kind of technology. Now, if you put this thing on Facebook, it's there. It can remind you, even if you lose it, you know, there's a way you can still regain it. Or you can put it in your Gmail, you can hide it in the cloud, you can recover it. But then it wasn't like that. So, maybe, I'm just saying maybe. Max, why has the Nigerian police left their main task of maintaining public order, protecting lives and property, preventing, detecting crimes, but is now Nigerian police limited, putting Nigerian having cars with tinted glass under pressure to pay 14,000 naira annually, which, if at all, should be free. Proof of ownership 4,000 annually. Do we buy the same car every year? Kidnappers put their victims inside car boots. One chance operators all passes checkpoints with 200 naira. Do Boko Haram go with motorbike to kill and kidnap? Do all this use tinted glass cars to commit the crimes? Ngozi is asking question. Well, for the tinted glass, there's a court order, and the police in the FCT said they have put a halt. Well, stay with us. From 7 p.m., we'll talk about that. You understand? So, Ngozi, don't go anywhere. Fashion designer says, okay, you said these other guys are charging 10 naira per USSD charge. For the commercial banks, is 6.98 naira. I don't know for others, so it is 6.98 naira. That's what it is now. And I think I said I was going to bring it up one of these days. The CSOs, concerned Nigerians, just like the man who went to court to ask for prayers from the court for the police to halt the tinted glass thing. Okay, you can go to court. You can don't give up. Don't say what will happen now? Or you can petition when you see something of this nature. But everybody's just quiet. Your transaction is not done. 6.98 naira is gone, just like that. So if you do that transaction 6 times, 6.98 naira times 6, that's close to 50 naira, or even more. All right, because if you do it round figure, 6.98, if you approximate it, that's about 7 naira. So just say 7 naira. 7 times 5, 70, that's 35. So if you do the transaction 5 times, 35 naira is gone. And before you know it, the airtime you loaded, you just say, the thing don't finish. Yes, before you say Jack Robinson, the airtime you loaded, someone dashed me 1,000 naira airtime. Before I could talk to 1 or 2, 3 people, I didn't know that each time I want to use USSD, and sometimes with the app, you want to use your app to do transactions, and network is so bad. Anytime it rains, yesterday was something else. It was something else. Once it rains, to even use app, well, Mr. Smith has told us that these guys, they don't want to buy better equipment. That's the issue. It is not as though ours is different. It's because of equipment. There are upgraded equipment now that even if you're inside the ocean, how come there's a water camera? Divers use it to go and film film under the water. That's it, now technology. You carry the camera, you go under the water, you film, do whatever you want to do and come out. But if you carry normal cameras and you put it under the water, what will happen? It will spoil. Is that also? There's waterproof watch. I think they have phones like that also. So most of these equipments that they are producing now, they are waterproofs. I bought, what do you call it? A wall socket. The ones I've been buying, after some time, it will just blow up. It will just blow up. I bought one. This one is what you call OK or Krika. This Okponku, very strong. I have installed it and I'm watching it. But when you see the material, check some of the things you buy, these electronics you buy these days now. The materials they use in constructing the electronics and some other things you buy these days, they look inferior. Have you checked the new pressing irons they are doing now? Go and check the old one that your mom or your dad bought. You can't compare it. The materials they used then and the material they use now, I don't know where the problem is coming from. If our guys go there to tell them to produce inferior things, I don't know where. I don't just understand what's going on. Some of the things you buy these days, they're all inferior. Especially electronics. You use it for this thing, before you know it, it blows off. Max, on this transaction issue, who do we channel our petitions to? Because it's getting out of hand. Yes, the telecommunication guys, you can write the bank, okay? The telecommunication company, then you copy, what's their name now? Nigerian NCC, okay? You copy the National Security Advisor, you copy the EFCC, you get what I'm saying? You can even copy the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. Copy anybody you want to copy. Copy everybody, DSS, or copy everybody. Let them see it. Because if people keep quiet, that's what things go to bad and bow. We'll take a short break and come back for Area Talk. Stay with us.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
Today's news in 60. In a bid to enhance national security, curb smuggling, and facilitate trade, the federal government has intensified discussions on deploying satellite technology and geospatial data to modernize Nigeria's customs service operations. Nigeria's National Information Technology Development Agency and the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission have established a joint task force to curb corruption risk in government technology contracts and enforce compliance with mandatory IT project clearance. Meta Platforms Incorporated, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, has agreed to settle a $32.8 million privacy fine to the Nigerian government. This follows a fine imposed by Nigeria's Data Protection Commission, NDPC, in February 2025 for alleged violations of the Nigeria Data Protection Act. Energy expert Layton Jinad has called for the adoption of sustainable energy solutions to power Africa's rapidly expanding data-centered industry, describing reliable electricity as critical for the continent's digital transformation. A magistrate court in Kano has ordered the remand of popular TikToker Ashiru Idris, popularly known as May Wushira, at a correctional center for allegedly posting indecent videos involving a dwarf woman on social media. On the foreign scene, Indonesia's government has suspended the operating license of video sharing app TikTok over refusal to share data about recent anti-government protests.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1
All right, welcome back. It's your Premium Talk Radio today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, and this is Area Talk. My name is Lucky Maxwell, in case you're just joining us. Now, while the conversation is ongoing, feel free to send in your thought, your contributions, your questions to 0701-933-9962. That particular number accommodates regular messages and WhatsApp messages. Let's go straight into the topic of discourse. Now, you are aware that a court, the Federal High Court sitting in Warri, Delta State, has issued an interim injunction restraining the Inspector General of Police and the Nigeria Police Force from implementing or enforcing the recently announced tinted glass permit policy, which was slated to commence on Monday, October 6, 2025. Now, the order followed a motion filed by John Aikpokpo Martins, who sought to stop the police from proceeding with the enforcement of the policy, which is described as unlawful and burdensome on citizens. All right, let's go further. Now, the order followed a motion filed by John. Delivering the ruling, Justice H.A. Nganjiwa granted an interim injunction restraining the defendants, which is the Inspector General of Police, the Nigeria Police Force, including their officers, agents, or contractors, from enforcing or further implementing the tinted glass permit policy pending the hearing and determination of the substantive motion before the court. The court also restrained the police and their agent from harassing, stopping, arresting, detaining, or impounding the vehicles of the plaintiff or any other person under the guise of enforcing the said policy. Furthermore, the court granted leave to the plaintiff to serve the originating summons and other court processes on the defendants through substituted means, specifically by FedEx Courier Services. Justice Nganjiwa described the applicant's move to seek judicial intervention as timely and proper, noting that the decision was made after hearing submissions from a legal team led by Kunle Edun San and several other counsel representing the plaintiff. The case, John Aikpokpo Martins versus Inspector General of Police and ANO, FHCW RCS 103-2025, was adjourned for further hearing on the substantive motion. That's one. Now, let's go further to also let you know that the Nigerian police in the FCT, that's the spokesperson of the FCT Police Command, SP Josephine Ade, disclosed that the Nigerian police have suspended the enforcement of the vehicle tinted glass permit. Remember, it was supposed to start on October 6th. October 6th was Monday, right? Now, she said the decision to hold the enforcement came after the police officially received the court order. Ade said, and I quote, "Information reaching me from the office of the PRO is that the order has been received and the enforcement of the tinted permit is now on hold pending the court verdict." That is it. Now, let us dissect it, because we also got information that here in River State, they were trying to enforce it. That was on Monday or thereabout. But let's look at the meaning of status quo. The court asking all parties to remain. Is it where they were before they came to court, or after they came to court, while the permit had already, they've already given out the enforcement? Let's look at it, legally speaking, so that the general public can understand where we were, where we are now, and where we're going to. Barrister Victor Oroko is joining us. Good evening, sir. Welcome.
Good evening, Lucky Maxwell.
Yes, good to have you, sir.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sure you've been following the matter. So someone went to court to say, usually when you go to court, they said you have your prayers, right? And you want the court to actually answer your prayers. It's like when you're going to your God, the God you worship. Now, the court said everybody should maintain status quo, pending the hearing of the substantive matter. What does that mean, basically, legally?
Status quo simply means, when they say maintain status quo, that is... Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Barrister Victor.
It simply means do not carry out the action that is subject, that is the actual complaint.
Okay.
That action of yours, I'm trying to break it. That is the actual complaint before this court. Stop forth. Don't go further. Remain where you were before the action which leads to the complaint. Remain where you were before the action which led to the complaints. That is to say, before now, people were running with tinted glass, people move with tinted glass without the directive from IG. So now the complaint is the directives from IG is illegal, is not in tandem with the law. It is not supported with any legislation. And once it is before the court will say, okay, IG, this thing you are doing, stop. That is status quo. Status quo, I've been in a court where the court ordered the status quo, not my case. The lawyers went ahead and continued grading the land. And when the court had to, abridge time, well, that is, they shortened the date of adjournment, abridge time, summoned all parties, and I was in court. I was shocked. The lawyer told the court that we were grading the land. You said status quo. It means we should keep grading.
Does it mean he didn't understand what status quo means?
Oh, he knows what he was doing. He knows. He was just trying. The court was very unhappy with the lawyer. Now, status quo is that act. There are Supreme Court authorities. There are also Kenyan authorities for Kenyan Supreme Court and other areas. That act that was peaceful before the act which is being complained of.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? The one that was peaceful. What we are contesting is you don't have power. They said they have power. The police said they have power. The people are saying you don't have power. So before now, we drive, we enjoy our vehicles tinted. Yes, you can do stop and search, look through the tinted, but you don't have power. Then within that period, you don't question us as to the permit. There was no directive or instruction or proclamation or whatsoever from the IG. So we were doing it peacefully. The police, they were doing their jobs. The ordinary Nigerians, we were also going about our businesses before.
Hello?
When the both parties were peaceful, not the continuity of the enforcement. Yes.
Okay.
So status quo is simply in any situation is simply the act, that peaceful act, that peaceful nature before the actual action leading to the complaint.
Okay. Now, we might not be able to go into the nitty-gritty whether the police is right or the person who went to court is wrong or right, because the matter is sub judice. But we're going to look at, now that the court says status quo maintained, what should be the true position now, so that people will know while they are driving if they have...
It's simply that the police cannot enforce it now.
Okay, for now.
Yes, they cannot enforce it until there is judgment.
Okay. Okay. So in
that
other...
is simple. Now, the issue is, what if they enforce it? What is the option? What are the options open to you? At that point, you can go for fundamental rights.
Okay.
You can sue them for fundamental rights. You can try to look at the policeman's name, and join him. You can also petition the police officer to the police complaints unit, rather than bugging yourself with fundamental right actions. You can petition them, that police officer, to their complaint units at the first headquarters. But their enforcement will be weak and almost impossible, because the very best way to enforce law is to test it through the laboratory of the judiciary. You cannot just arrest the person. For instance, let's say the police are saying, no, we will not comply with the court order. What will you do? You do nothing. You do nothing, because you don't detain or whip the person. There's no law that says the policeman should, the police outfit or officer or authority should detain you indefinitely or subject you to whipping where you fail, or impound the vehicle and now punish you from using your vehicle, deny you the usage of your vehicle. There is no law like that. And only the court can give such power. So it then means when we talk about enforcement, it will be useless even using that word enforcement. It will be that they will be acting at that time otherwise. Okay. They'll be going beyond, yes.
Now, when let's look at this. A public officer gives a directive, right? That this directive should be carried out, and when you check, it is not in tandem with probably any law promulgated by the State House of Assembly or the National Assembly. Can that proclamation stand from the public officer?
Well, a public officer may give, when you give such laws, executive, or it should be within your confines. Within those directly under, you may do that in your office. Come by 8 o'clock. If you don't come, I'll do this, I'll do that. We can't do that to every Nigerian. The IG and every other police officer, CP, inspector, ASP, is enforcement. You enforce law. You don't make law. Okay. You don't make law. It's a clear thing. It's law enforcement. It is not law making. We only have one channel via which laws can be made, and another window. Listen to me, I said another window through the executive order. And it is not for you, the police officer. The IG may make promulgations, declarations, orders as to directing the operations of the police. That is within them. Timing, 24 hours coming, so uniform, that is within your purview. But you cannot do it to the public.
So
you enjoy certain powers.
So if they want to do that, they must go through the House of Assembly or National Assembly.
For that to be a law, they must go through the National Assembly. They must go through. And Lucky Master, I can tell you, I think I'm yet to make that research, but I know some years ago I stumbled into a law backing tinted permits. I'll try to make that research and I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Yes, I'll try to go back and see whether I'm correct. I think I saw it in our MBA, one of the MBA programs some years ago. One of the journals that was published. Some laws, a law of tinted, and my personal view. I'm not talking about what will happen in the case. No, it's subjudice. I may not see anything wrong, but it may be a way of being checked. Being knowing XYZ. We are aware that many evil today happen in the society, but my concern is the amount of money being paid. You now subject it to renewal every year. You make it very cumbersome for people. The police is not, an agency that generates funds. They don't also carry out actions that leads to such. Theirs is strictly enforcement. So yes, we need the data of ourselves. That's Nigerians. You can use all means. You can use national identity is there, driver's license, this and so vehicle. Let them know, so that if something is happening and the vehicle number is pictured, they know that it's attached to this. It could be for a good reason, but let it be done decently and orderly. Not as a way to export people, which will be 40,000 or 20,000 to renew or have your tinted permit. That's over the bar. It's strictly over the bar.
Now, I want to link it up to even maybe like telecommunications, who are into business and all that. What about cases when they come up with a certain proclamation? From now henceforth, if you say, ho, while you're talking, you pay extra 10 naira or extra 20 naira. Are they supposed to go through the channels of lawmaking to make that, effective, or they can just go straight and do their thing since they are a business set of people?
I think when they are being censored, they are being controlled by the NCC. Now, they have a reasonable.
Hello? Oh, boy. Is it because I call them now? They now want to. Okay. Yes. Hello? Hello, barrister? Uh-oh. Is it because I just called them and said the same one? I could see whether this call goes straight again. All right, let's see how we can link up with barrister again. Yes, barrister. Yes, go ahead.
Yes. So, those are business ventures, business entities, unlike the police or some state-owned organizations. But they are censored so that the people will not be marginalized. So the NCC will have a marriage system via which the NCC protects, standing in the gap for the people, for the benefit of the people. So the telecommunications, look at the diesel they use, the rate, the increase in the price of diesel as of today, and other services,
raw materials,
so raw material and so on. And they may want to go up a little, but the NCC will be there not to, to censor them, to direct and control them from making it too expensive.
All right. Now,
for the people.
Now, still on the tinted glass issue. Yes, the case is in court, is sub judice, but now the court says maintain status quo. You have explained to us what that means is that we should go back. So people should use their tinted glass. If they are being harassed by the police, they can sue, right?
Yes, you can sue or complain against that police officer. However, the police has the right to check.
Just check. Hello, barrister. Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, to check.
Yes,
That's
to
stop
check.
and
Now,
search.
look, that's search. I want to say something. Some people have been somewhere, the police stopped, and the man was saying, "Where is your search warrant? Where is your search warrant in your vehicle?" Nigerians, where is the search? I need to see your search warrant. But that's not correct.
Okay.
That's not correct. Yes, that's not correct. As to the citizen, they can search you, and if you have nothing to fear, you allow them. I agree with most Nigerians. In fact, I'm on the part of most Nigerians that most police officers, not all, not all, and if you say those ones on the road, most ones on the road, 70% of them, they have a target, and that is not for the benefit of the police, not for the strict rule of engagement by the police, but for the selfish gains. That is why we see this hatred of hackers. But for me, I'm always with police officers, the rank and the files, I'm always with them. So sometimes you see some dirty character, but when you get to the offices, you see some decent characters. You understand what I'm saying? So we wouldn't follow those, just like a bucket of water. When you pour, you have an almost full bucket of water. I just bring a clean, an almost full, clean bucket of water, and you bring a jug of dirty water. Once you just pour that jug, you see that the whole water will be dirty. That is what is happening to the police. You understand what I'm saying? That is what is happening. Those ones, we always see them. I know many persons who are at their 60 years, they are yet to visit any police outfit. But you see them on the road, even every day, almost every day, like somewhere at Warfare Road, around that white choice. Their business there is just to extort people. You understand? They were there to extort people and nothing more. Nothing more pretentious. So when you see those ones every day, what do you say? I also saw it with this tinted glass. Man was saying, "Where's your search warrant?" No, the policeman can search you.
But the policeman but the policeman cannot arrest you and arrest your car for tinted glass permit.
That law is not clear. If I have tinted glass permit, let's say IG, it should. Let me tell you, Lucky Maswell. If it is not an offense, IG cannot make it an offense. Okay. Under what law will you be charged? Can you hear me?
Very clear, sir. I can hear you.
It's under what law? If it's not an offense, it's not an offense.
So what
IG cannot make it an offense.
So
IG, the fact that IG is not happy or it wants to show muscle, wants to wield its whims and caprices, doesn't make it an offense.
So
every offense must be codified.
Okay.
Under a law.
Okay.
Properly enacted.
But what I want to get now is that means people can drive with their tinted glass without any fear of intimidation, apart from the normal stop and search.
Of course.
With his present status now, the court says maintain status quo. Why I'm asking, yes, so that police officers will not say which law, which court order, and then start harassing people. Because if you take a look at what the court even said, let me go to that story again. Let me go to that story again. Just hold on for a while. Just hold on, sir. Okay. Let me go to that story. I want to read verbatim, precept upon precept. Now, the order followed the motion filed, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Delivering the ruling, Justice H.A. Nganjiwa granted an interim injunction restraining the defendants, in this case now, the Inspector General of Police and the Nigeria Police Force, including their officers, agents, in case they say, okay, agent, or you go and do it. Shebi, the court said we should not do it, so agent can do it. So they included their agents or contractors from enforcing or further implementing the tinted glass permit policy pending the hearing and determination of the substantive motion before the court. The court also restrained the police and their agents from 1. Harassing, 2. Stopping, 3. Arresting, 4. Detaining or impounding the vehicles of the plaintiff or any other person, including Victor Oko Maxwell, under the guise of enforcing the said policy. Is that clear, sir?
It's very clear. It's very clear. It's literally clear. It doesn't need any other interpretation, any other impute of interpretation, whether under any rule. It's clear, literally clear. So they don't have, and if the IG wants to do this, the IG has what it takes to sponsor a bill.
Okay.
You understand? Yes, the IG has what it takes. They have draft persons, lawyers who are professionals. The IG aligns himself with the Senate president or the speaker, and goes and runs this thing through any of the representatives or the senators. And he can chat with the president. Possibly IG may be saying what we are not saying. You understand? They may be saying what we are not saying as to the crime rate, like what I complained about my brother. This is me. That was me. Somebody else may have seen it today, but maybe because it's Victor Oko and I'm close to the radio, so many persons had it. So the issue is that if you want to do this, you must route through the channel, go through the conduit, pipe, so that everything will be decent and orderly. Go there, sponsor it, get your draft persons, send it to the Senate, and let it be a law. If it's a law, we'll obey it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Barrister Victor Oko, a private legal practitioner, for joining us on the program. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you always.
All right. So the air is clear. So we've been able to, the lawyer has been able to also clearly state what that particular restraining order or injunction is. So we're all clear, right? So let's take some few calls. We'll take a message and we'll come back. Yes. Good evening.
Well, good evening, Maxwell.
Dr. Chris.
Very well. Thank you, Barrister Victor Oko. Thank you for always having you there for clarification and all that. Ignorant, they say, is a disease. Maxwell, quickly, yesterday at Choba Junction, I'm sure you know that very police station. At night, no, late in the evening, they just stopped me there and asked me to bring my tinted permit. Maxwell, do you know what I did? Because by that time, they have locked the two sides with their Boki wheelbarrow and the sticks. So all I did was to wind up and decided to cause heavy traffic there. Because I told them you have no rights whatsoever, because already we have the privileged information. So when I wind up, they've seen my face, they've seen that I'm not carrying anything in the car, they're asking me for tinted permit. I wind up and put off the engine, and I was waiting. And the ones behind me, probably they were scared. So when they discovered that this man was ready to keep everybody there, they decided to allow me go. The other one told him, remove that barrel, let him go, let him go. I left. Do you get?
Yes, sir.
This afternoon again, another set saw me. They wanted to ask. Probably they saw NMA, whatever, or my, word code with my name and all that. They said, okay, please, sir, go. But I saw them harassing other people. But Maxwell, what is important is this.
Doc, hold on, sir.
Yeah.
Can we just go for this a minute break?
Sacred Flame International Church presents Anniversary of Praise 2025. Theme: The Fragrance of Triumph. Date: Wednesday 15 to Saturday 18th of October 2025. Time: 5 p.m. daily. Thanksgiving: Sunday 19th of October 2025. Time: 9 a.m. prompt. Venue: Church Cathedral 169 NTA Road opposite Sarah House, Mboba, Port Harcourt. Ministry: Pastor Kingsley Innocent, Bishop Tochukwu Yasara, Bishop Yemi Sijola. Ministry in song: Pastor Confident Afonwa, and the host: Archbishop A.D. Amen Obonda.
Bishop A.D. Obonda is my name. You are all welcome to this wonderful program. Your life can never be the same as you attend, in Jesus' name. Amen.
For inquiries, call 080-331-0369 or 080-388-5372. Jesus is Lord forever.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
All right. Firstly, apologies, Doc, for that slight break. You know, it's automatic, so it just goes like that. So sorry, sir. All right. 0810-9510951. Yes, good evening. Good evening.
Thank you very much. I was waiting for, so I
Okay.
held on.
Yes, go ahead.
So what is important is this. One, I heard the police commissioner of police in Rivers State stating that if you have paid, show your receipts and they will let you go. It tells you that the issue is police wanting to make money, not the issue of criminality. Yes, police wants to make money, not matter of criminality. Because you have paid for the tinted permit, only God knows how long it will take to come out. So what the police is interested in is making money for themselves. Probably I don't know where the money goes to. But that is what they're interested in, not security. How many people have you found committed crime? Right now we'll talk about data with tinted vehicles. And the crime rate is high. You can tell me the data will show a very few. Out of 1 million, there could be 10 people using tinted glass to commit crime. So the percentage is abysmal. So what police is saying is that all this while we have, like I have a car I've used for 4 years, I got tinted permit from Abuja. So why can't you allow that tinted permit I've got all this while to continue? You want me to get a renewal? Probably next year you want me to get another renewal. You're making money. We're talking about the economy and you're busy minting the public. So it's not even security. Because we know what police can do and we know probably what police cannot do. Police is looking for money. If because they say you get received, they will allow you go and you don't even have the permits. So what they're interested in is what?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Maxwell. I think they should look for something else. They should look at a better way to fight crime.
All right.
Look at those ones in Choba there. Every time they're singing doctor's phone at Alakaya Junction. Committing all manner of crime. Can't they go for those people there?
Thank you, Doc. Thank you. All right, feel free to join the conversation. I'm sure you listened from the beginning, so there's a restraining order, status quo maintained. So for purpose of information, people need to know. So that when you're confronted with, I show your receipt, the court says everybody maintain. In other words, in local language, say melembe, melembe. Good evening.
Good evening, Master.
Yes, Wellington.
Sometimes I ask whether the Nigerian police has a media team. And that's a necessity. You can't try this in a single crime. One court has given order, the media team and the legal team will be able to enlighten the public through their media and then get back to people who are in broadcast. So that their people cannot continue to embarrass the citizens who they claim to kill. That most of them are not enlightened. They're not in tune with information. And that's why they say can't police us. They can't see us. And that's the fact. How can a policeman is not aware that so far so good, the court has said maintain status quo. A policeman on the road who wants to enforce law, and the court who will also make this law say, no, you cannot do this. You see, you're enforcing the law. It's a criminal offense. It's not police are committing criminal offense.
No. For now, the court says the court has not determined whether it's wrong or right. But the court says until we look into the matter, hold on first.
Hold on. Because Barrister Victor is saying, the court says maintain status quo. Everybody remember where you are in a peaceful nature. And the police guy is collecting money. And you know getting. Yeah, the doctor said, if I didn't need to collect the money, it is a complete crime. Not to be factual here. That's the point I say. Because they maintain status quo, and somebody is enforcing what the court says, do not.
All right. Thank you, sir.
And Nigeria should be around. Thank you, and God bless you. Wellington from Okrika.
Thank you, Wellington. Yes, Lucy, good evening.
Max.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes, good evening to you.
Yes, sir.
You know, these people that were the people that went to court to stop police for this tinted issue, they did very well. because the last call I've said it, because police want to cash out from the motorists. The 100 naira, 50 naira, and other things they are collecting, you know, do them again. Maxwell, when you go,
Well, you might not say literally that they want to make money. Maybe that, like, you know, the barrister also said it might be for cases of protection, you know, criminality also. So maybe until the court decides otherwise.
Which protection, Maxwell, if you type my plate number now, every information about my car and my name will show, will pop up. You understand? If you type my plate number now online, my name, the information about the car, everything will pop up. So what again are you looking for? If you go to insurance, the same thing. If you go to the vehicle license and type it online, everything, the information, the owner of the car, everything will pop up. So what again are you looking for? That if you do the police the person information, every that is not the same information for the vehicle license, insurance, and also the plate number. All this thing, they just want to, whether they want the raise fund for federal government or what. This thing is much for the motorists. We never hear about this one they brought up again for which, or is it what's this other paper again they brought up immediately the Mr. President enter power. All these things you know they before now. Right. They should allow those who get cut to rest.
Thank you.
Police is looking for information. Plate number is there to get information of the car. Right. The vehicle license, when they type it, everything will pop up. They should allow people to rest. And now they say they should stop, but they won't send that information to their boys.
Well, that's why we have informed you. You see. We have informed you, so you now know.
They will start cashing out. Do you know that I was on Moscow Road yesterday? Almost all the DPOs in this state went to Moscow Road to do meeting because of this. Maxwell, before I came out from Moscow Road to reach Alakaya police station, the female DPO there don't block all the road. Jake, if they don't get a pack them, even one guy said from where they stop the guy, the car spoil, they say push the car with the tinted, push them inside station.
Thank you, Yusi. Thank you.
Can't cash out is this one, and they should take it easy on us.
Other calls and messages. Thank you very much. That's why we've informed you now that the court says maintain status quo. You need to know your right. Good evening.
Good evening, Maxwell.
Yes, Obed.
Thank you very much, Maxwell. Maxwell, it's unfortunate that the city went out on the road there to constitute nuisance on a guise of enforcing tinted permit that court says maintain status quo. And this is an agency that is saddled with responsibility of enforcing the law. Have now turned to lawbreaker just because they want to make profit. So, Maxwell, I am made to ask, is police profit-making organization or they are there to provide security? This was how they came up with a certain paper called CMR. You understand? Although the soul of that paper was a well-thought plan, but they went out of the way when they decided that it was going to be renewable every year. So police have now turned to profit-making organization. You understand? Court says stop. Don't enforce any tinted permit. And NBA equally went to court on that very matter, that CMR, that made today, even when a court says don't enforce it, police still go out of the way to enforce CMR. One of them, I came in contact with one of them the other day who was asking me of CMR. He was like, I told him, Oga, this paper is not enforceable. And he said, if I am Tinubu or the rest of them, I said, sir, I'm not Tinubu, but I'm telling you the reason. I'm informed with what is happening. That was how he now realized himself. So police is not profit-seeking organization. They should stop disturbing Nigerians. Police have put their problems on Nigeria every time. People cannot drive, on the way easily without police harassment. And it's unfortunate that even the CP, who is the chief officer in this state, will go out of the way, constitute nuisance on the road, on a gap of enforcing a tinted permit that the court says the contrary, is very unfortunate. So police, hello?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, so police should desist from their action. Thank you.
Go ahead. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, sir.
This is Obona calling from Roma House.
Yes, please.
I think the police has to help the populace. You know, Bedness. Bedness, he said that the rain that is falling is beating him. The one that is also setting on the sky is also setting for him. Let them pity the populace. If you are going around, you see the way VIU have vehicles, the newer ones. Then they let the ones that are rickety to go. You now move forward, you see police all on the government. They don't sell government vehicles. Anyone you have government plate number, these guys just move. Let them pity us. The court has said something. They are supposed to be law enforcement, not law breakers. Why are they taking the goalposts? Let them pity Nigerians. Nigerians are going through hard times. Things happen who have bought cars to, like somebody say, who have multiple registrations. If it's not NIN, your vehicle license, if you have the paper, it always shows. So let them tell us the truth. Let them fight corruption well and not be hiding the guys all in the bid to generate funds. Let them stop this thing. It's wickedness. Any of those funds they use it on their family to not go well. Thank you and have a nice evening, sir.
Yes, good evening.
Hello, Samas.
Yes, Reginald.
Yes, I just want to is having the legal department in the police headquarters, just like we have in the police headquarters. We do not have a legal department that after court must have given a judgment that their legal department will have to advise them on it. Is the commissioner of police not maybe trying to ask their legal team to give them interpretation on this court judgment? I know that every force headquarters normally they have a legal department that will always do this work. Why will they abandon whatever thing that court has done and begin to do their own? Please, if it is possible, let's get any of their legal departments. I invite them to the studio. Let us ask them, what are they doing to the police information anytime that is judgment that they refuse, that will make them to refuse to obey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Go ahead. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening.
Yes, Everest.
Yeah, my name is Everest. I'm calling from Cuba.
Sure. Oh, hello. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening.
Yes, please.
This is Abdul Kranziz calling in from Obogoro.
Yes, sir.
Okay, my take on this police and tinted glass permit. I don't think the police are ready to stop this, checking this tinted permit. Reason being that even if a court order has been given for them to stop for now, is that we are in Nigeria here, where that same court asked that the Kami should be granted bail. Till today, he has not been granted bail. So I don't expect the police to obey that court order. Every child will always copy their parents. Until federal government begin to respect court order in this country, I don't expect any other arms of government to want to respect it too. So people should not be careful with the way they go with police, because the police officers will want to claim that they're not aware. And you don't expect the police department to want to pinpoint those police officers that have extorted those people. Maybe bring them up for persecution or something. They won't do it because they are working for them. The worst they will do is they will say that they are not there, or we are looking for them. We are searching for this. You will not find them. So people should not be careful the way they follow them. Be calm. The way you talk to them that this the court says we should restrain this, restrain that. Police is not ready to hear those ones. They don't want to hear those ones from you. We all know they're there to make money. The end result is to get money from you. That is why they're on the road. So the federal government should respect themselves before the other arms start respecting themselves too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hello, Max.
Yes,
Good evening. This is Chief Solomon.
Go ahead.
You see, I thank police. They are trying. They are doing a very nice work. Even if the court
they should remain pending, yes. But it's for their own safety, because somebody in tinted, by the time you will begin to sight somebody inside the vehicle, the person must get close to you. You see, so that permit they are requesting. I think for me, I suggest the permit to be banned, whether factory fit or not. They should ban it, not even say do you have the permit, because that advantage of permit, having the permit can be taken, can be misused. You see, so they should just ban anything tinted glass should be banned. They should ban it for security. We are trying to fight insecurity and security challenge. All of those things are the foundation of it. You see, another thing I don't want to talk over, because we have people putting their fences. All those things are the foundation of fighting insecurity. You see, so they should ban anything tinted glass. Ban it, not by saying, do you have here, or let's remain pending until court will grant you. Before then they begin to use the tinted permit. Whether permit is not even permit, they should just.
Thank you, Chief. You
ban
made your
anything
thought known.
tinted should be cancelled.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Whether
you. Thank you. Good evening. Yes, please go ahead. Yes, please go ahead. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
My stake in this lesson coming from Igrita, my stake in this matter is Nigerian police to generate money or to protect life and property. At least, with the little knowledge I have, Nigerian police are to protect life and property and not to generate money. Number one. Number two, this tinted glass they are talking about, it is not poor man. It is majorly the politician. And it is the average, common, ordinary businessman that does not have connection that will be victim of this thing. Many politicians are moving with tinted glass that cannot be stopped. Most of the crime is being perpetrated allegedly by even this high hierarchy of politicians that goes about with. Some of their boys even drive tinted cars. If police will do their work properly, most of the tinted cars are being driven by politicians' boys, which police themselves cannot stop. They just only want to use it to make money from innocent Nigeria. The NIA, they say they want to do it to curb crime. And many people have made that through the NIS. People are still making calls. The kidnappers are still making calls. My brother, our government is not ready to stop crime. In fact, allegedly, they are even the ones perpetrating the crime in our nation. Lesson from Igrita.
Well, you can't say government is the one perpetrating crime. If you say some few people in government are allegedly perpetrating crime, but when you say government, it's like the whole, everybody in government from the head to.
Making their enemy, we cannot.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mark.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Steve Kingsley calling from Obokoro.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir, my dear brother. I want to ask a question before I proceed. Is Berlin not free in this country? That's what it says, that bail is free. But today, Nigeria, is bail free? And has anything happened about that? The answer is no. So this one will not be a different edition. So these guys will still go out there to do whatever they had in mind, because they must look for a way to extort money from Nigeria. If not, I do not see anywhere in this part of the world where a court pronunciation, if court to say this should be like this, then you see some people still go against it and begin to do the ones they feel is better for them to get whatever they want to get.
Thank you very much.
And people like that will still go scot-free in the society, and you expect the country, that kind of society, to be a good. No, it will not.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me, brother.
You know, I was looking at, obeying court orders, and we have seen high-profile politicians disobey court orders. How come you now expect the lower ones to obey court orders? It's a major concern. There was a particular report in the Buhari's administration. The Buhari administration themselves disobeyed a lot of court orders. So maybe that's the issue. The problem is not that the courts are not, giving proclamation on issues. But again, you have to also look at the judiciary. How have they also meddled and romanced with the executive? Because they say, waiting, now they bring how are you? Good morning, now they bring how are you? When you start romancing with somebody that you're supposed to checkmate, that you're supposed to tell the truth at all times, see finish go enter now. Is that also a man, someone who is your daughter's mate? You are now going out with the person. What happens? You're going to rub hand for your head now. So how has the judiciary also meddled and romanced with the executive? The people they are supposed to be telling, that you can't do this, just like in the US where we went to borrow democracy from, the Supreme Court would tell Mr. President, you can't do this. And he has no option. If he does, if he goes ahead, the next thing is, what do they call it now? Impeachment proceedings, including his own party members who are in Congress. They will impeach him straight because you can't toil with our nation. What they are looking at is the nation, is not the personality. In our climb, the personalities are more important than the nation. So the whole country can go into chaos, scatter, burn, for one person's whatever to be maintained. And the followers are also complicit. Yes, some Nigerians are also complicit. You need to see what happened. Everybody is talking about the journalist and the minister. And some people are saying the journalist was went out of there. Why will they ask such a question? I was just looking at some people talking from their mouth. Go and check what happens in the media in US. Most of our politicians here, they can't face the media in US. They will rubbish you. Say, yeah, governor who? They will ask you questions like this and you go sweat. You think this thing that we do, that they intimidate, bully people up and down? Uncle Max, the judge has truly put sand in the choppings of the police. Police officials have seen this order as the worst thing that ever happened to them. Most of them has already budgeted how much they will make this season. What a shame. Pastor Godi, the voice of the voiceless. Police introduced CMRIS cash out and is renewable. Their men on the road continue ripping off motorists. That is why they came up with renewable tinted permits. Proof of ownership renewable. Court ordered VIO out of the road. They remained adamant. Many checkpoints, police give VIOs and road safety cover to rip off motorists. Which way, Nigeria? Okay, Stan, just help me. I maybe put them in paragraphs so that the reading will be easy for me. Okay, thank you. Maxwell greetings. Court said, hold on. Don't enforce untinted glass permit. This country no balance, so police don't no longer obey court order. Thank God ability at way. Thank you. Thank God you also note that some of the politicians that the followers support also don't obey court orders. And you will say, it's good. It's a welcome development. Now, so it is that. They say, now, small, this thing, I don't want to call it on radio. Now, they spoil, bomb. Is that not so? It started somewhere now. So, other people say, this one happened, this one, nothing will happen. So, more continue to spoil the country now. So, everybody complain. Someone was complaining to me about, what you call it, telecommunication guys. He's actually a big boy who has benefited from government also. He was complaining, this telecom, I was just looking at him. When he finished, I say, last, everybody go chop breakfast. He started laughing. He said, you and your mouth. I say, yes. You don't benefit from government. You don't want chop breakfast from telecommunication. I could spoil everywhere now, so that everybody go rest. When you were doing this other one, you didn't know that thing will cripple. So the whole system now. Hey, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm Mr. Lucky from Rumodomaya.
Yes, sir.
I'm calling concerning the issue of tinted permits. This tinted permit was the issue. It was still the police that actually condemned tinted permits due to the news of crime and other incidents that must have occurred. Now they are still the ones that want to issue they are still the ones that started the issuance of tinted permit again. What is the main reason? What is the main reason? Tinted permit cannot stop either the individuals or the people that are using vehicles. It cannot stop. It cannot stop any criminal act. It can never. The police has the warrant to do stop and search. If there's any tinted vehicle, you can actually stop the vehicle and search the vehicle peacefully. You approach the person peacefully, and everything is actually going to work out very fine. But this one that you sometimes on the road, as of this issue that started now on the road, you see a lot of cars parked on the road because of tinted permit and the rest. People are removing their their tinted glass, the paper on the car. So that's not the main issue.
All
The
right.
issue is
Thank
that
you, sir. Go ahead. Good evening.
Yeah, Mr. Zion.
Right,
Funny
sir.
enough, they won't get the permit for this tinted. It's not even here. You cannot just walk in now. They grant you that document and you walk away. Some take almost 2 months. So which means for that 2 months you are not going out. But I ask a question. What about those cars that originally the glass is tinted? Why should I pay for tinted permit? The glass is tinted, that is CARICOM, that is how it's being made. You still want me to pay for it? The truth is, I told us here, as long as President Tinubu is in office, you people will pay. Is it taxation? Collecting money from Nigerians? You know, on I go pay until to a point I don't have a choice. The large majority will now look like a dummy, or you can't collect small. That is what they are looking for. Crumbs they here, and we always struggle with the crumbs. Now the little we have that is even making us to talk. Do you know what? They want to put on pressure so that we pay them all. As in, you are giving away everything and you are living with nothing. That is the grand plan of this administration. Soon, they will soon attack social media. They will soon attack phone calls. This thing, Maxwell, even amidst court order, they still go ahead to violate it. You know why? Because the nation is not protected. Nigeria is not protected. It's so porous that the president can do anything, minister can do anything, anybody can do anything and walk away. There is only but one reason American president is still loyal to Americans. Because what? America is protected. Britain is protected. Who can protect this country? Is the constitution a lie? Later, we'll discuss something I will tell you. I found out something from one of our study groups.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Zhang. We have to go now. We're out of time.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much. That's what you can take. But of course, what we do here is to inform you. That's what we have done. It is now led for Nigerians to push for their right. You get what I'm saying? We have to bring the lawyer, out of a busy schedule. He was able to, dissect it. It is not the lawyer that will go and push for your right. It is Nigerians collectively that will push for their right. And I've always said it. Nigerians want to live. When I say fight now, I'm not talking about going to break bottle or carry guns. A push for their right, they leave it for a certain individual. No. You want your right to be adhered to, you need to push collectively. Nigerians need to push collectively. That's the only way out. We'll go for this short break. We'll be right back and start sending in your eyewitness report.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Yeah. Oh, Lord.
Eyewitness report. But before I go ahead, if you're a man, please try as much as you can to take care of yourself. Don't carry the world on your head. You are not Jehovah El Shaddai that will solve the problem of the world. If you check, men are dying in their numbers. I'm not trying to be, biased here, because the women will say, why are you talking like this? But I'm just talking for the men. I'll branch that of the women also. If there are issues you can't solve now, don't bother yourself about it. Allow God. You know what you believe in, the supreme being, to take over. Don't bug yourself and kill yourself over something you know you don't have answers to. Just leave it like that. Some of us carry a lot of burden. You know you won't be able to solve it. You know you don't have the capacity to solve it. It might be financial. And if you take a look at it, most of the issues people deal with are financial. If someone is sick and the person says, I want to go to mosque or go to church to go and pray, you don't get money to go to hospital. Yes, I know there are some people who also have money, but their belief system will not allow them to go to the hospital. But if you take a look at some of the things people complain about, it's financially based. The pressure is on individuals. Government have refused to take any of the pressure. So you should know the kind of society we live in. Rather, they're even looking for a way to sap the one you have, the little one you've worked hard for. They want to take it through tax, put tax on petroleum, put tax on diesel, put tax on... The only thing they can't put tax on is the fresh air you breathe. Else they would have taxed that one. You breathe in and out, you pay 10 naira. In and out, you pay 10 naira. In and out, you pay 10 naira. They don't have control over that one. That one is within the purview of the Almighty Being that created all of us. So please, the one you cannot solve, leave it. Don't go and say you want to solve the problem of your in-laws, everybody. You want to solve the problem of your entire family. No, you can't, because you are not the Almighty God. If you put yourself in that kind of situation, including the women too, if you put yourself in that kind of situation, you will die quick before your time. And it's not village people. It's because you have carried what is above you. Don't say, I'm a man, or I'm the first daughter. I need to carry the burdens of my family. No. I've always told people, the only man that I know is God. If you like, say, I no be man, no problem. Nobody go can't tell me whether I be man or not. Say, you know be man. So if I be man, I can't solve the whole problem for everywhere. No, I can't solve all. I'm a human being. I have flesh and blood. Even a man who has plenty of money, and you go and this person meets him, this one meets him, at a time he will get tired. No matter how much. So the only way he can help is by ensuring that, okay, this one gets a job, so that you carry your wahala and go. This one gets a job, you carry your wahala and go. Else, if you say, oh, you want to be giving people money and be solving their problems, this one will come, this relative will come, oh, our family has not eaten, you give them 50,000. This one come, oh, the wife born, you give them 200,000. At the time, you get tired, no matter how much you have. But if people all have jobs, their jobs might not be high paying, but they have something that is coming in every month. The pressure will be less. So if you have opportunity of getting them a job, please do. Don't say, I want to be giving them money up and down. You go die quick. So calm down, so that you can live the number of years your supreme being wants you to live. You understand? So you can also see your children grow up, because stress is real. All right, eyewitness report. Good evening.
Good evening, Lucky Maxwell.
Yes, Robin Majo.
Yes, God bless you. And God bless you there. Lucky Maxwell. Lucky Maxwell.
Yes, sir.
You see that road in the Igbo Chase. That Igbo junction connecting to Ikwerengo, Chokota, Ikwerengo, all to that thing, to Umebule. I want to see my senior friend, Professor Elijah Okere, JP. As I'm talking to you, I parked somewhere very far. I am trekking, navigating the creeks because the road is like a creek everywhere. Since His Excellency the Governor has come on board, let him try as a priority to help the people of Umebuli, Korengo. The people have oil wells. It's not good that oil and gas that should be a blessing to the people turning to be a cost. And the community secondary school, the children were resilient, even when I was, in spite that they sit on the bare floor. The governor should try. Going to Obele, what happened today? The protest going on. The government of Rivers State should come into that matter as soon as possible to avert any imminent danger or disturbance that might arise. God deposited gas and oil within that environment. Oshuboko, Obele of Meze deserve a better life, and all the adjoining communities, Ikuyi Okoma 1, Okoma 2, Oporo, and Ojabede. This is my eyewitness report. God bless you and bless you, sir.
Thank you very much. Yes, please go ahead. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, sir.
Hi, your family.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm calling from Umeblu. I'm a Datun.
All right, sir.
Eh? Please, Mr. Maxwell, we are still commenting about the Umeblu road and the solar light at Umeblu. Like when they took light, everywhere will be darkness. Mr. Maxwell, how will it be that my father has a property in my house? I go and rent out other place, and another person is feeding me. Please, Mr. Maxwell, we are calling government often and on. It's a local government, NDDC. We are calling Shell. 99 oil wells is not a nine naira. Please, Mr. Maxwell, do you know say you get a dog inside your yard? You not feed your dog. You lock your gate. When you come in, you know your dog will bounce on you. Please, we are telling government, Umeblu is a peaceful place. They are not a violent people. Please, let them help Umeblu. Umeblu, we are calling. It's not tomorrow they will blame, say, Umeblu people, they are violent people. They are not a violent people. If you say that 1966 and 1988, the agreement the workers did is because of weather, because of the right of the workers. Because we are remembering May Day, it's not because of workers, because people were there for the May Day. Please tell them. Now we are coming, telling them, calling them off and on. They don't want to listen. I beg tell our able governor to help Umeblu.
Thank
See
you.
how many persons fall on the road today.
Thank you.
Pregnant woman because of the road. Please let them help us. How many women again miscarriage because of road? Because government and tell them about Umeblu. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, good evening. Go ahead. Hello.
Hello, Uncle Mas. Good evening. Mama on the
Mama,
line.
go ahead.
I want to disagree with you a bit on the issue of that men are dying more than the women. The ratio is 1-1. Men
No,
are dying,
I wasn't
women are
giving
dying.
any statistics, so.
Okay.
I didn't give any statistics, please.
Okay. I was in my trade market, precisely Bishop Okoye, to buy my oil bill because I eat it with yam. Close to where I was buying, a woman just shaded few oranges on the ground, and a man came. He wanted to collect 500 naira for just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, less than 10 oranges. He wants to collect 500 naira. What is happening? I was, in fact, I got furious and I attacked the man. I said, how many, did you see a basket of orange here that you want to collect? Come on, go and look for something to do and leave this woman alone. So he walked away shamefully. What is happening? Oh.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you very much. Good evening. Go ahead.
Good evening, Lord Master.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, morning in the bank. My eyewitness report is the way our air, that is our Nigerian Air Force, the way they are unleashing attacks on illegal airborne cars. Yes, I must commend them, but why deciding that this duty there should be more civil and act on professionalism? Why am I saying this is Raja went to the market to buy charcoal, and the charcoal was too expensive. So, and I remember I have a friend who is into charcoal, and I called him if I can get charcoal from him. So he was telling me that he's no more into the business. So I said, why? He told me that he nearly, Air Force stopped and nearly killed him in the bush. I said, what happened? So he narrated her, this chopper, the aircraft, how they were shooting sporadically in the bush just because they saw smoke. That they are processing their distance, charcoal, because we are processing it. I've been in the bush with them before. They will cut down trees, then cover it and burn it. Then we'll get charcoal. This charcoal, normal charcoal that we use to cook and all the rest of it. So he was narrating what he went through in the bush and how he nearly lost his life. So I said, okay, I should bring this thing online, this topic on radio, so that we can deliberate on this thing. Why discharging your duty trying to combat crime? At least we should act a little bit professionalism, because I know how the Navy operated during when they were like fighting, combating illegal airborne. They have drones. Where there is smoke, they will fly their drones there, confirm with GPS camera and camera, snap the location, and get exactly what is happening there. Then they'll go and destroy that particular place. So these air forces, these airplanes, they will just go, then will shoot anything they see, whereas there is smoke. At times we have people processing palm oil in the bush. We have people processing this charcoal of a thing and other things too. And it requires burning of bush, even our farmers. You shoot and shoot without it being proper investigation or take your drone view. So please, let's call on the relevant authorities who are in charge. There should be cautious of how they shoot in the bush. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, good evening. Go ahead.
Good evening, Master.
Wellington.
Let me go straight to Robin Maja, the farmer, a good man. I want to dwell on that village. I want to ask the king, and part of Robin Maja's place. Please, they have the president there. This president has a contact of the House of Reps there. This PDP chairman has the contact of the senator representing that senatorial district. They have the House of Assembly member there. They have the local government chairman there. Do they know them? The councillor of that ward, at least receiving salary. Is that how we begin to call people by what they do and what they represent? Whomebele people, whomebele one, whomebele two, leading come down to our zone. It is time to tell these people that you are not doing anything. Don't go back again.
Thank you, Wellington.
Oh, Master, hold on. Oh, Master, thank you very much.
All right. Yes, please. Good evening.
Master, good evening.
Go ahead, sir.
I forget the WhatsApp number because you have to call again because this matter. I've been calling the phone. It's more than 2 years after I'm calling Umebele. Umebele have gas. It's not even oil. Gas. We suffer for Umebele for more than 10 years now. We suffer for Umebele. Master, it's good to come Umebele now. You can look at now from Express Junction to market there. It's 500 naira. Instead of 15 naira before. We are suffering for that. We don't have anybody to talk to us. Okay. Now the money indigenous of that woman, one day they cannot even call for radio. There's only non-indigenous call every day. Where is the indigenous of that place? We are suffering too much. Most of people now get houses, they are packed, come back to Port Harcourt. Some say their house because of bad road. And call your WhatsApp number for me so that I can get this. I can send the road from especially to Mebele. We see how the place. We are suffering and the shell. It wasn't the shell. Shell gate where they are entering the office. There's no way to pass. I don't know how they move to get at the office. And they are coming every day. We have to look for somebody to help us talk to governor because the English they are not talking anything. We are suffering. I just call their WhatsApp number so I can show you that at the women there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, good evening. I'll call the WhatsApp number. Go ahead. The WhatsApp number is 0701 9339 962. Yes, good evening.
Hello, that's right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yes,
please.
Mr. Maswell, I am begging the governor. You know that we are now beggars. I'm begging the governor. My Chukuchu Umechin Pipeline Roads. We come from Niger Delta State, Niger Delta Community, where we make money. Federal government and state government make money from our areas here. We are oil producing communities, so and we are sleeping. So people are sleeping. One day, see this deep sleep that the people are into. One day, people will wake up from sleep and they all go up. When the people wake up, for these oil installations, for this, there are 200 ways. Both federal government is making money, including gas plant this thing. The federal and state governments are making money. One day, people will wake up, and when the people will wake up for 20 years, they will not make money from here again. How do we have all these things that the people of Umebli are complaining? Go to Umebli, you see the condition of that place. Go to Mechin, go to Apara, go to Ukrago, go to Igbo, from Igbo and to Umebli, Krengwa, and you see the condition of these places where more than 200 oil wells are located, and both federal and state government are making money here. See this sleep, this deep sleep that they say people are sleeping. One day we will wake up. It will not all go away. Thank you very much, Master Maswell.
Good evening. Go ahead.
Hello. Good evening, Maswell.
Yes, sir.
God bless you. Pastor Innocent calling from Port Harcourt.
Go ahead, sir.
Please, Mr. Maxwell, I'm calling in respect of Rumekwe community. Day before yesterday, the newly sworn in a council of representatives of the Ward 8, Rumekwe in Emoha local government, went to see the only secondary school we have in that community. Rumekwe is made up of eight community, 8 villages that make up that town. Mr. Maswell, only one secondary school. There are community we call Omovri, the one we call Ekuche village. Children trek some miles before you get to secondary school. Oh my goodness. What has Rumekwe people done to this country, local government and the state we are in, River State? Chief Deloy knows the community very well. Chief Sergeant Awuse or Sergeant Awuse knows the community. And other notable sons and daughters of this state knows that community. What we produce. No, Amechi ruled for 8 years. Nothing. We can rule for 8 years, Mr. Maswell. Nothing. Governor Simonai Fobara is 2 years plus now, nothing. No light, no hospital. In fact, is there any kind of amenity you can mention concerning that community? Is it good road? If you see when we want people to travel, on 31st of August, I travel to the village. Maxwell, if you see the road that our evening women go to farm to go and manage their life. But this oil company are coming day and night with AK-47, with I don't know the kind of gun they mount on their heels, all those with big tires. They pass there to mine oil day and night. The communities cannot speak. In fact, one of the youth leaders even went to supervise the road leading to the school day before yesterday. Maxwell, even if you eat it by in the morning, before you get to school, you are already tired. What has community or Rumegbe done in Nemo local government in Rivers State, in Nigeria at large?
Thank you.
Please, NGOs, government of the day, federal, state, and local government should come to the aid of the community. We are losing it, Mr. Maxwell.
Thank you, sir.
We are losing it. We are losing it.
Your thought is heard.
Thank you so much, Today FM, for giving us this platform.
Thank you.
We'll keep talking.
Yes, please go ahead. Good evening. Hello. Hello. Yes, please go ahead. Good evening.
Master, good evening.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I come up from Pan and
Yeah, so sorry, sir. Your line is really, really breaking. Can you please do us a favor and call back? Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you if you call back. Let's see. Roommate me again. Okay. You want NDDC to come and complete Roommate to Obele Road, Community Road. That road has been abandoned since 2001. The road is an eyesore. Says you're suffering, and you also need solar light in Roommate clan. Eze White. Thank you very much. Yes, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Yes, Max.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening to you. You're doing a good job. Mark, I don't get a lot of fans now. Why don't they join me about our road? And it's a very good, will I say, please, my people, you people should continue begging for them to put our road in order. The second to the last call, I said that the community people in Umo Blue, the main NDG, they refuse not to support about this calling. Do you know what? They normally get their payment every month end. You understand? So they not send. They can use their bikes to come out to Oyibo Junction, flex and go back. But it's not all. It will end that way. Do you know the kind of development you will get when they put that road in order? The problem is some of them owns their house and other things. Tell the shell there. I heard that someone that bought that shell wanted to walk on that road. They say you give us the contract. If you didn't give us the contract, okay, pay us our community money and other things. Forget about the road. If you know give us the contract to do, forget about the road. You can imagine the kind of people, the kind of CLO and other things we have in that community. One Igbo man, he sang a song that any man is saying. The meaning is that what is happening to us is from our own hand.
All right.
Please, so our governor, he went to this road, Obakri yesterday, and the Tama and other things. He inspected the road and other things. He told them they should hit the ground running. When I came to a session with our Eze, farmer, always go there. You don't know that it's my community. He said that our governor don't live for this Iweche before. This our current governor don't live for Iweche before. I know this place them. Please, my governor, please hit the ground running. Help people of Chokota, Ikurembo, Umeblu Road. We have suffered a lot. Please help us.
Thank you very much.
God bless you, Master, for your good work.
Yes, good evening.
Hello, Maxwell.
Yes, please.
Good evening, Maxwell.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Barry Digiad. I'm the radio governor. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, sir.
Your area report. What I'm about to say now, like a national anthem. Well, today around 3:44 p.m. in Timen, I saw SS, in fact, police just opposite the Seventh-day Adventist Church after UST roundabout. If you are heading towards the Mile 3, I saw another set too at opposite the St. Thomas too. They were doing their, collecting, akawu, extorting, bus drivers and taxi drivers. I saw another set too at that road that leads to my 3 from Ajip Junction, where there is where they don't have a flyover. They were collecting, busy collecting. The thing is that they don't even hide it too. They do it potentially. They don't hide it. I think their superior is aware of this, honestly speaking, because if you give them maybe, let me say 500, they will give you change of 300. Not getting any, it's not funny anymore, Maxwell. I think the people in charge, the Commissioner of Police, IGP, please, you should talk to his men, because they are disgracing the Nigerian police force. Thank you very much, Maxwell.
Thank you very much. Keep the calls coming in, 0810-9510951. Yes, good evening, go ahead.
Hello, Mas, good evening.
Yes, please.
This is Dick Namewule from Omawa.
Go ahead, Dick.
And I want to use this opportunity to tell the government about this place. When you are going to Tambolokri, there's this place that the government built like a mini stadium. I don't know why that place has so been vandalized. Even some of the iron seats that they built, there, people have vandalized it, and I don't know how those things are looking like. So government should go and reactivate that place. And another thing is this. I noticed that we are talking about CDCs and youth leaders. Mas, are we aware that before you become a youth leader in any community now, you must be one of the politicians' boy. So if the politicians have their boys as CDC chairmen and youth chairman, how can they go and talk about development? That's the major problem we're having now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You made a very clear point there. How can they talk about development when they are the boys of politicians? Good evening. Yes, good evening.
Hello, Maxwell.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Good evening, please. I'm Mr. Frank.
Go ahead.
Yes, a regular caller on the platform.
All right.
My argument is, do you believe that the verification, the local government workers verification with this in rural state, which the two administrators wanted to kill us, and now they have cancelled it. So I don't know if they have cancelled that thing. Before I got out, I did that my verification. More than 5 times I went to the school center. And some people died because of that verification. So I don't know the meaning of cancelling that verification. Another one again is that the local government workers in Rivers State suffer more than any other people. I don't know why that always happens in Rivers State. I always go on this line. Federal government receives their salary, state government has received their salary, a person has received. Why is that local government workers always receive salary last? And up till now they tell us to respond to our officer. Yesterday you have a meeting with our local government chairman. He said today, tomorrow, you should come and collect form to come and do another education again. And up till now, we have not received our salary. 2016 again, my salary was withholding. Every interlocal government, the same local government chairman that comes now was the one that was there and took out the whole of and to the local government. I want to talk to our governor. I should call this to the local government chairman. Put them to order. The children that come to too much, I preach to them. Before we preach, because it becomes very difficult. Man, it's so bad. So bad. I don't understand.
Thank you.
And I know what again. All the by university. There's no light. If you can go and they are afraid that we people.
Thank you.
People in that place. Out of my one forever. No light. What's up with street light in university? The thing is so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, please go ahead. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Clinton. I'm calling from Port Harcourt. Please, I don't know whether this ring road project has gone to cost River State as a whole. Brother, some areas in Port Harcourt has gone to quagmire. I don't understand. We are begging government, please let them help us. Another thing is there's a culture that Anambra people imbibe. Before you become a chief in Anambra, you would have built a kind of, let's say, an internal road or open borehole or do anything like that. But within here, the chiefs we have here, they don't do anything. Everybody focus on government. The government does not tie your internal road. The chiefs within will not do anything, irrespective of their level and the kind of money they have. Brother, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Go ahead.
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
Welcome. You are really trying. Only God Almighty will pay you back. I'm Simeon. I'm calling from Delhi.
Yes, sir.
Yes, what I saw today in my community, I'm very, very happy. The governor has ordered the constructors handling Abandele Road to resume work. Actually, I saw the contractor today working on that road. I thank my governor. I thank my governor. God will bless my governor. I only pray that the contractor will expedite action so that we will celebrate that road by December. Abandele Road and Abua Bridge. So that our people can go to Abua, carry Gari, go to Abua, and Abua can carry Gari, come down to Delhi. That will enhance the people's standard of living. The able governor, Anua, I thank you. Ibote, thank you. God will bless you. That's my report.
Thank you. We'll still take a few calls and then I don't have much messages. Okay. Good evening, Maxwell. Eyewitness is about the joke PhD they are carrying out at Igruta. I don't even know what to say. How to go about the power outage in Igruta? As if the place is not part of River State, or maybe the people does not have any political representative in the government, both state and the federal, because their backwardness is next to none in all ramifications. Talking about social amenities. Silver Agbo, thank you. Okay. Uncle Max, my eyewitness reports: 1. The power holding authority has improved in giving light to the Igbo kingdom in Eche LGA. We say we can pump water freely now. I commend them for this. Senator Orwell Onese has boosted the solar lights on going on in Egui, Eche, and adjoining communities. Kudos to him. Pastor Goddy, voice of the voiceless. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hello, Master. Good evening.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is Johnson. I'm calling from Greta.
All right, sir.
Okay, so I packed from Ume village where the road is bad and decided to come up to town in the Greta. But fortunately, I entered from frying pan to fire. I know that there was prepaid meter in Umebile. They shared it free to every house. But surprising to me, I come to this place, I didn't even see one in the whole greater. One prepaid meter. So what happened to it? If you go today now, I see that they are selling it in Nepal. Light no day. So please help tell the people who are in authority, may they help us. That's my eyewitness. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Keep the calls coming in. We have a few minutes to go on the show. 0810-9510-951. And for messages, WhatsApp or regular messages, 0701-933-9962. Yes, please. Good evening.
Hello.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
Good evening.
Go ahead,
Although they say that if you do not know where are, or if you're not there when they lay someone or when they put someone on rest, when they ask you to dig, you will not know where to start if you start from the head or the tail. Although I was off, but I'm back. But available hearing what people are contributing concerning how they are begging governor or the head of state to do what they're supposed to do their responsibility. The money they have got is not our money. Yeah? Are we going to pay them to fix the road? Are we going to pay them to give the masses life? Are we going to pay them to do their responsibility? Enough for all this. Okay, Maswe, our wisdom of the youth should be available so that we need to go to them, drag them very well, and let them do what's supposed to do. Enough is enough. The money we are having in this state, is their money? It's not the money that originated from the state, that they should need it and put the state in order, and also make the youth to be responsible. So why are we begging them? If they refuse to do it, we'll go to them one day and tie them off, and they'll vomit all what they have keeping or hiding. They'll pay for it.
Good evening. Go ahead.
Hello. Good evening, my brother.
No, you're angry.
Bluetooth mode. Yeah, my name is Blessed from Malo.
Yes, please.
My brother, that's why I want to narrate to you now. It's very, very painful for where our Nigeria police is. Imagine that my brother's son was coming from Omagua. He can take bike, bike from Omagua to Alo. They will not carry one person unless you will pay for two persons. So now they are waiting for another person, which the bike man see the second passenger. He confirmed my brother and that second passenger all the way from Momogua from station to Alo. Along the line, along the road, they met anti-cultism police. They stopped them and they told the bike man to go to drop the two passengers. So when they dropped the two passengers, they searched my brother's son's body. They find nothing. They find the other boy. They collected their phone. The boy, that my brother's son, said, "Why do you want to collect my phone?" They said they want to search it. They searched the phone. They did not see anything. So the boy said he was coming from IT because he's doing IT somewhere, and he's schooling at the Delta State in the Maritime University, which is having a Navy clothes and a Navy some certain thing with the Navy normally use. So the boys wear Navy cap. And they asked him ID card. He showed them ID card. See my ID card. I'm schooling at a Navy Maritime School in Delta. My brother, they told him to go and stay one side. Other people they arrested, they said that they are taking them to station. Later, they now say my brother's sons who brought his ID card. Now my brother said, "No, I'll show you my ID card. I cannot give you my ID card." Another policeman within them said, "No, you go and give for guy your ID card. How will I submit my ID card to your boss?" From there, they took my brother away and other people. They said they should pay themselves. My brother said, "How will I pay myself? What is my offense? What is I committed? You asked me my ID card. I told you where I'm doing my IT. See, yes, you say you are taking me to station. Take me to your station. Let me go and narrate what happened."
Blessed, we're out of time. We have to go now.
My brother, along the line, they collected 50,000 naira from this boy. They said the boy should transfer, he should go to POS. They're telling him to POS and see for I. They collected 50,000 naira. Now the boy want to go back to school. Nothing like his money is not available. As a courtesy that they are the one did this thing to my brother's son. That's my eyewitness. Thank you very much. Blessed for Malo.
Thank you, Blessed. That's much we can take on the show this evening. Follow me on Facebook, LuckyMaxwell. That's Lucky Maxwell. On X, formerly Twitter, at LuckyMax234. Have a blessed evening. Good evening.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
For so many years, all they needed to do was just to show up, and you are sure that this team will win. I'm talking about the Golden Eaglets of Nigeria, the first team in the world to win the first ever Under-16 Kodak Cup in China. They named them the Golden Eaglets. The Under-17 side of Nigeria. Things are not what they used to be. These days, we just cannot win a game. For the third consecutive time, we're not making it to the FIFA World Cup for the Under-17. Where did it all go wrong? This is what we are trying to unravel on this edition of Global Sports Updates with yours truly, Godwin Enak. And I'm going to be speaking with someone at some point was the spokesperson for the Golden Eaglets of Nigeria in their glory days, I tell you. Morax Abodunri is his name. He joins us when we come back from this break. Welcome back. I did say when we return, Morakinyo Abodunri is waiting to talk to us one time, spokesperson of the Golden Eaglets of Nigeria. Thank you so much, Morak, for joining us on the show.
Godwin, it's always my pleasure to be on your program. Nice to join you as we discuss and unravel the Golden Eaglets, how far we have gone and where we are not going, as it were. It's my pleasure to be here.
Now, let's talk about the Golden Eaglets, as it were. Thrice consecutively, Moras, we are not going to the World Cup. Why and what do you think is wrong? Where are we where we are today?
It's so unfortunate to find ourselves in this position. Just as you said, it used to be our birthright, and it is just for us enough for us just to show up and take up the trophy. For the records, we are the only country in the world who has won this tournament 5 times. 1985, then we took it again in 1993, yes. Then 2007, then we took it back to back in 2013 and 2015. Even Brazil, the almighty Brazil, they've only won this trophy 4 times. So it is enough for us to say that it was our birthright. But we were no longer doing what we used to do. I'm not surprised that we have found ourselves in this position.
Wow, you just said you are not surprised that we found ourselves in this position. Yeah, you mentioned something about what we used to do that we're not doing again. What are those things? Or what were those things that we're doing that we are not doing again, Morax Abodunri?
As I said earlier on, we used to plan very well, at least from my little knowledge of the team in 2012 or the 2013 set and 2015 sets. Long-term planning was there, and a little push, little allowances they used to give to players at this level. Let me give you one funny story. In the 2013 set, for instance, we have a player, we always call him Show Me the Money. Why do we call him Show Me the Money? During that time, the Megari-led board usually give the team secretary, this is your bonus. If these players win this game tomorrow, they take this their bonus. The money will have even been handed to the team secretary before the game. So the secretary is no ingenuity. We call the players to his room and say, look, see your allowance. So if you win tomorrow, you pick your allowance. If you lose, I'm returning back the money to the NFF. So the boys, it was like, yeah, we are playing for Nigeria, and Nigeria is giving us something in return. So it's put something at the back of my mind that, look, we are not just playing for fun. We want to win first, but we still have extra motivation to go and win, at that level. So, but people always argue that, look, they are amateur, they are small children, but don't forget, this is Africa. Some of these boys come from homes whereby the parents have even difficulty in providing them square meal, if I can use that word. So we talk about 3 square meal, but they don't even get one. So, but if they could get extra food, extra money, and take back home, it gives them something that, look, we can work harder. And these are part of the incentives that we used to give to this level. I can't remember the last time NFF paid players at this level. I'm not sure of the fact. I'm not sure of this one, but for the little I know, for the knowledge of what I have, I don't think they've stopped this as far back as when Mr. Majum Pinnick was there. So some of these things we've been saying over time that, look, we don't couple under 17 teams together. 3 weeks, 4 weeks to a tournament, and you expect them to win.
Morax, don't you think that the competition is not what it used to be? That the so-called smaller countries are now, catching up with the big countries like Nigeria, as it were. I agree that we're not doing enough, but don't you think that the competition has become fierce, more than it used to be in time past?
We are not going to the World Cup this time because we've taken things for granted. Let me give you a little background. Because I was privileged to be with the last 2 teams that won the trophy in 2013 and 2015. These 2 teams, handled by Coach Manu Gaba and Coach Emmanuel Amunike, actually weathered the storm to win this trophy. But be that as it may, the long planning that we did for those 2 editions of the competition that we won, despite the tough opposition that we met along the way, no longer there. These days, you just find out the Golden Eaglet camp, the coaches will announce maybe a month to the first qualifiers, and then the coach will have to battle the difficulties of sorting out the players, in terms of MRI, in terms of skills, and all of that. So they have limited time to couple a team, a winning team for that matter, together. I give you another background. The 2013 set, for instance, we started preparation as far back as 2011. I think December 2011, we went to our first serious camping in Calabar around February, March of that year of 2012, and this team did not play their very first competitive match to qualify for 2013 tournament around August, September. So you could see the synergy, the amount of work that had gone into the team even before we played the first game. I remember a couple of senior colleagues who traveled us on that assignment to Niger. In fact, Etubon Popasi was our team leader to that game in Niger, our first game away for that set in Niger. We beat Niger 4-0, 4-0 in Niger, right in front of their own spectators. Uncle Popasi actually came up with a lot of superlative adjective to describe that team, that he has for a long time stopped traveling with our national teams, but for him to have traveled with that team and to see the kind of game they played gave him a lot of joy, because they play football that was pleasing to the eye. So it takes a lot of effort at that level. We are no longer investing time and energy in that team, and we think by just putting up the players together, yes, they are talented players, we can always win. No, it's no longer the case. Look at what has happened across West Africa. We are finding it difficult to even get out of West Africa. People have been complaining about the level of competition, the format. We have Wafué, you have Wafubi. Unfortunately, Nigeria finds itself in Wafubi with teams like Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Togo, Benin, and all of that. These are teams on their own good day. They can also play good football. You find Mali is in that team, in that set too. So it becomes difficult for us if we don't prepare well for us to even get a ticket to go and play first at the AFCON before we can even have the chance of going to even compete for the World Cup ticket at the African level.
Morat, some persons have said that perhaps the recycling of coaches could be the reason where we are today. Undukagbade Manugaba, Undukagbade Manugaba, as it were. Do you agree with this notion?
I beg to disagree. Why? I've seen these coaches work in between the two of them that you just mentioned. They are about the best we have at that level. But you've not given them the resources to work well. This last set, this team that went to Abidjan, for instance, I know the coach on his own has traveled around to look at the players. But how many weeks of work did he put into the team as a whole to put them together? I think less than a month. And I'm talking about 2013 set that needed almost 1.5 years to prepare. Some other people will tell you that, look, under 16, under 17 players, I start to say maybe some of them are not even in school. You know, I had a couple of them who are just picked from the street and all of that. So if we want to pigeonhole everything to one factor that's led us to this thing, I don't think you'll be. Yes, you can say maybe the coaches. I will not totally agree with you, because we have not given them the room and the resources to work well. If you give Coach Manu, maybe the least you can give to any coach to put up a decent under 17 team together. From the little knowledge of what I know, I think some 6 months, not 3 weeks, not 4 weeks, because you have the dilemma of MRI, whereby no matter your best legs, with time, some of them can even outgrow themselves in camp. So that's why sometimes you see some of the players you are starting with, at the end of the day, they may not even go to the World Cup. So that is a process, not some of the players you are starting with from the qualifiers might not even get to the World Cup. So, but in a situation whereby we are only depending on, yes, these are the players that we have selected, just a pool of maybe a pool of 30, 40 players. Yeah, I remember in those early days when we were still doing what we used to do, with the coaches, we start screening from around 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning, around 6, 7 in the morning. I will not leave the field until about 11. And we'll come back around 4 again. We start all over again till around 6, 7 on a typical day. So I don't think the coaches have that luxury again.
There's also, Morag, some persons that will say, in those days that we're winning the under 17, Nigeria was not doing the right thing. Right thing in the sense that we're not using players who were within that age limit. We're using older players. That the rest of Africa have caught up with us. Do you also agree with this?
All right. Godwin, this issue of age, I'm not their parent, so I will not be able to vouch for whether they are under the age bracket or they are not. But from the benefit of what we did in 2013 and 2015, look at the pack of players we have in the Super. We will still playing today. They are the players who win out from that at that level. And if some of them are still playing up to now, we are talking about over 10 years ago, over 12 years ago, if they are still very, very active, it means we have reasonably done something that is very good. And look at the last 3 sets that we are talking about. I know a couple of us who saw this player said, look, these are about the youngest set we have. And like we had the 2012, 2013 set. And when the people saw, I said, look, these are about the youngest eaglet we have had. By the time we brought out 2015, they said these are about the youngest eaglet we have had. In 2017, where we have Tolu Arokodare, that they couldn't qualify in 2017, that was the tournament in Gabon. We couldn't qualify. Niger stopped us. Niger did all kinds of tricks to stop us. In 2019, if you look at that set again, the set coach Gbade took to Brazil, said, look, these are about the youngest. It means that over time, I don't want to talk about the other years, but from that 2012 up to now, the Nigerian team at this level have been about the youngest of each era. Because, like I said, if you look at this set, the team that they couldn't qualify in Abidjan, if I look at some of those players, these guys are young players. If I give you some picture of Osimhen in the car when he was at the under 17 team, you'll be surprised. Is it the same Osimhen? The same thing with Kelechi, the same thing Taiwo Awoniyi. I have some of those pictures. Sometimes when I see them, I just laugh. See how these boys have grown over time. So I think we have overgrown all that.
Thank you so much, Morakinyo Abodini. Thank you for talking to us from the standpoint of someone who was right there in our glory days the under-17, the Golden Eaglets of Nigeria conquering the world of football at that state level.
Thank you, Godwin, for giving me the opportunity, and thank you again, Nigeria, for giving me the privilege to be the only media officer in the whole world to have won the under-17 World Cup twice. Thank you so much.
A man who was on the inside, giving us insight into why we are where we are right now and what we must do to get out of this situation. Talking about the Golden Eaglets of Nigeria conquering the rest of the world once again, starting from Africa. That's about the size of the show as we count down to the Super Eagles of Nigeria taking on Lesotho in Polokwane, South Africa. Win or bust situation for Nigeria. Let's keep praying for Nigeria. My name is Godwin A. Nakena. God bless Nigeria.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko, for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Country man, correct bakelistic ogbonge herbal medicine there, we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Food gram as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine we pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become ugbarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of three types that can afflict men. But of these three, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. Staphylococcus, as we know, is a form of bacteria. Any bacteria that is capable of spreading in the body system can lead to reactions in the body that can further damage body tissues. And when this occurs, it is possible for one to experience joint pains in form of infective arthritis. Part of this bacteria can spread deep into the tissues of the heart, affecting the valves of the heart. And when this occurs, you discover that there can be palpitation that some will start witnessing as if they have panic attack. When this is allowed to continue in the body system, it is possible for one to start getting tired easily. There are many people, by walking from one pole to another, they get tired, or by doing just something that is not supposed to be that tasking in terms of energy consumption, they discover that it's as if they don't have enough hair where they are located. All this can be as a result of weakness of the heart resulting from infection or spread of this bacteria we're talking about. When this bacteria is able to pollute the body fluid, it is possible for one to witness mouth odor. Mouth odor is a form of changes that is called halitosis, where people will start coming up with breath coming from within that is already polluted. There is no amount of time such people wash their mouth, you discover that the breath coming out is very offensive. All this can be as a result of pollution of the body system. It is possible, if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system, to contaminate the whole body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The desire for opposite sex can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his two thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the act. In some people, they make efforts to get into the act, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. So such men do suffer from this from time to time. It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free. Whenever you experience anything that we have been able to mention or other things, it's very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to run tests on one and pinpoint where the problem lies and prefer solution. For more enlightenment and advice, the number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you all.
All right, you've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct bekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become umbarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Equator Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Equator Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Aye, mama. Aye, mama. Aye, mama. Let's go.
Now, did you have a 3-square meal? Did you eat in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening? Have you had your dinner yet? Queen, have you eaten?
I had brunch.
Okay.
And I've had dinner. Yeah, I had some fruits tonight,
right.
and that works for.
All right.
I skipped breakfast, but I think I combined
at least
breakfast
you've eaten
and
today,
lunch, brunch.
right? Yes, you've eaten today.
Yeah.
Have I? Yes, I did. I think I had during the day. I had snacks, and before I came to work, yes, I had a whole meal because I knew that I'll be here for some hours, so I needed to refill myself. You listening to me right now? Have you eaten? And the reason I ask this is because what I want to talk about tonight is, connected or related, centered around food security, agriculture, and, food production. And that's why I asked the question, have you eaten? Because food is
very
It's
basic. Thank you so much for joining us on The Thrill on Today 95.1 FM Voice of the People. I am Queen Chima.
I'm Rona Agbara. Now let's get into what's on the table. Now, what we have on the table is not food, but yes, it's concerned or related to food. There is a news, right, that I saw and I decided to talk about it. It's about Nigeria's agricultural sector. The Emir Sanusi reveals factors hampering Nigeria's agricultural sector. And we know that most importantly, Nigeria's agricultural sector is about food production, and everything that has to do with agriculture. Now, the Emir Sanusi says that there are factors that are hampering Nigeria's agricultural sector. Do you think that there are factors? Do you think that we have major issues affecting our agricultural sector? Yes, there'll be time for you to call in and share your thoughts and tell us your opinions. Now, reading through the news, right, the Emir of Kano, Lamido Sanusi, has identified policy somersaults as a clog in the wheel of Nigeria's economic and agricultural development. So he says there are certain things that have clogged the wheel, meaning certain things are hindering the movement, the development, the advancement of our agricultural sector in Nigeria. Sanusi spoke during a joint session of the United Nations World Food Programme, WFP, and the African Development Bank, AFDB, organized on the sidelines of the Nigerian Economic Summit in Abuja. The session focused on investing in innovative food system solutions in challenging contexts. He says the biggest problem I have seen with our country is the lack of policy continuity. Every time you have an election, it is as if everybody starts on a clean slate. A civil service that should preserve institutional memory has either by design or default failed to do so. He says, so every few years we come back discussing the same issues over and over again. The former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, recalled that during his tenure as CBN governor, he initiated a study of 6 agricultural value chains to improve lending and promote investments in local production. He said, we discovered 13 tomato varieties suitable for paste production, but outdated laws blocked the commercialization. We had to fight for policy amendments, yet before the reforms could mature, the project was abandoned. There's not enough money in the government to fix every farmer's challenge. What the government can do is create confidence for private investment to thrive, he added. So now back to, the main focus, the main thing we're talking about, that there are factors hampering Nigeria's agricultural sector. Now, you may want to think that other sectors are more important than the agricultural sector. But no, I beg to differ. I mean, as important as the oil and gas, as important as the health sector in Nigeria, as important as the educational sector, the agricultural sector is also very, very important because it deals with the food production of a country. And that is, if that is not very important, I don't know what else is, right? If a nation cannot provide food for her people, if there cannot be advancement in that sector such that the nation will not have to suffer hunger, the people, I will not have to suffer hunger, then I don't know what other sector can be more important or could be more important. Now, I'm not trying to say which sector is most important or which is not important. Every sector is important to make the economy whole. But now we are saying that the agricultural sector is one sector that should be looked into very critically, because if it's not attended to, there will be hunger in the land. If there's hunger in the land, the people will suffer. If the people suffer, the economy dies. If the economy dies, people would now resort to doing things that they shouldn't do just to fend for themselves, just to provide for themselves, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And apart food provision, I mean the availability of food, one thing that has been talked about over the years is agriculture as a means of diversification in terms of Nigeria's income, the amount of money that Nigeria can make. We know how aerial the land is for farming. Sometime 3 years ago, statistics came out about Bayelsa State alone, and how Bayelsa State can produce the rice that can feed the whole of West Africa.
Wow.
That's Bayelsa State. So we talk about some products that some farm products that come from the north, and even here in River State.
Yes.
I mean, Ichie here, the production of plantain, gari, and a number of others. Yes, the farm and all. So it's agriculture is a huge aspect of the economy. And well, Sanusi has been in government, and Mari Sanusi Lamido has been in government for years, even taking up this this position now. I mean, in terms of leadership. So he's not new to the system in the country. And when you talk about policies, you want to look at continuity, because he did mention policies, and he talked about an innovation that he brought up, but that was not followed through. Well, when the Bola Ahmed administration came, agriculture was one of their key aspects. I mean, boosting agriculture. In July 2023, they did talk about, he did declare a state of emergency in agriculture, and it was even then that he renamed the Ministry of Agriculture to the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Because of course, we were talking about it earlier, how security is one of the challenges that the agricultural sector is facing. We've had issues, farmer header issues,
farmers not safe in the farm.
Absolutely. Then even issues like flooding and a number of other that have affected farmers. But over time, people have also talked about policies. Yes, the government cannot fund every farmer, but questions around if the monies that are allocated to farming, do they really or genuinely get to these farmers? We're not talking about audio farmers, people who are truly farming. Do these monies get to these farmers? This administration also recorded one of the highest budgets when it comes to agriculture. But the question is, like you asked earlier, when you started, we asked, have you eaten? So you're looking at the availability of food, and maybe you want to also look at how affordable it is to get this food, because if we have it that much available, maybe pricing too would be something that will be reduced and all. But well, for policies, people might begin to look at the number of policies that the government should do better at. Exactly, to ensure that there's food and food security.
Where he says that the biggest problem that he has seen in the country is the lack of policy continuity is a thing. He says that every time when there's an election, it's as if everybody wants to start on a clean slate or on a clean slate. It's an issue of concern, because let's say that this previous administration comes. Let's say this previous administration, the one before this one, had policies on ground that they wanted. For agriculture, they wanted to do, maybe disburse fertilizers to local farmers, maybe 1,000 or over 1,000, and let's say they had a policy of distributing tractors for mechanized farming, and let's say they were not able to finish up or complete that project or that policy, and then a new administration comes in, and then why is it that sometimes is it that there will be a problem if a new administration picks up from where the previous administration left off? Let's say they had this project on, a new administration comes in. Would it be a problem for them to continue that policy because it's a good one and it's going to serve the people and the nation? Would it be a problem if they continue that policy and see to the end of it, rather than starting a new thing and, starting on a clean slate, which time might not even permit them, or they might not even be able to complete or finish it. So that's a problem of policy continuity, because it's one thing to start a policy, it's another thing to see that it is completed, and it is completed fully. So when a new administration comes in, there should not be an issue of, I don't want to do this thing that this previous person has done or is doing or was doing before I got in. I want to do my own thing. In the process of wanting to do your own thing in this sector, and you see that the policies that were on ground are very profitable and they are good policies, what stops you from continuing that, such that we don't have to be talking about one issue over and over again? Every administration, we're still talking about food security, agriculture, production, employment in the agricultural sector.
Well, that's it. Someone will begin to ask you, Rona, okay, that's what we've been talking about. It's a culture. The culture of continuity seems not to be embedded in the fabrics of political leaders. When we say Sanusi Lamido, we're talking about over 12 years ago, because we're not talking about the previous administration. I think we should be talking about the Goodluck Jonathan administration. And so imagine the variant of the tomato research that was made, and if that had been put through and followed through. It was this year or last year that we had scarcity in tomatoes, and they were saying the tomatoes were affected by a particular disease or so. I don't know if it was early this year or late last year. There was so much scarcity of tomatoes. Was it tomatoes of onion now? But there was that conversation around.
Yeah, there was scarcity of onion.
There was onion, yes, and there was also tomatoes, fresh
prices
tomatoes.
Of onions just
skyrocketed, and so said it was there was this disease that were harming the tomatoes, the farms, and all.
And we know that this product.
So imagine if this variant of tomatoes were attended to, like he said, policy continuity.
Yeah.
So, and we're talking governance here. It means with governance, we don't expect that people are led blindly.
Exactly.
There are documents, there are meetings, there are proof to some of this research in every ministry. Just like the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security now, whatever research that's being done, whatever activity that's being done, they are always almost documented. I mean, as expected, we should expect that happens. So if another government comes and there's a problem with these researches that have been done, and then there isn't a follow-up, so the government comes with their own agenda, we're going to do this, why leaving off from what happened in the previous administration? So like you asked, why do we have a problem of picking up from these past administrations so that we record progress? And someone may just be asking, could this be one of the major challenges we are facing in that sector?
Because we know that, it's not enough to talk about, there are things we need to do to improve our agricultural sector, to advance it, to make it better. Saying all these things and not implementing it will just be pouring water into the basket. As much as we know that there are things the government should do, the challenge is implementing these things. Because when we want to start listing, what are the ways to improve our agricultural sector, there are a long list of things we can talk about. Talk about water management, talk about agricultural mechanization, how that there should be affordable equipment and machineries, tractors and irrigation system to help in planting, help in harvesting season, infrastructure, roads leading to farmlands, how that roads should not only be commissioned in township and cities, it should also be commissioned even in our rural areas. We know all of these things, but then as much as we know them, why is the government not implementing them and making it sustainable such that farmers would, apart food production, employment opportunities are so much in the agricultural sector. So even in producing food, if you advance the agricultural sector, you are also creating jobs. I mean, there are lots of persons that graduated with, they studied agricultural science, crop science, animal husbandry, and a lot of, courses that are related to agriculture. These are areas where you can grasp all of them in, bring all of them in, employ them because they are interested in the agriculture. Also, there are youths that are also interested in farming. Farming is not just for the old people alone. So these policies need to be implemented and not just talked about, coming to say a statement and then we're not seeing the action. I think that's one challenge. Now, you're listening to us. You might not be a farmer, but you definitely might know someone that's into farming, And all of us were affected. If something happens to the agricultural sector, it affects the whole nation. If there's nobody that can survive without food. You can't stay a whole day unless you are fasting or it's a deliberate attempt to stay away from food or you're on weight loss or something like that. But food is a basic necessity, and so that's why it is important that so much attention is placed on our agricultural sector. Now, if we want to bring it down to Rivers State, we have the commissioner in charge of agriculture and food security. Also, the policies that they are making, are they ensuring that it is implemented to the latter, not just in the cities and urban areas, down to the rural areas? Because farming in the rural areas is also very important. If they are distributing loans and grants, is it accessible to the local farmer? It should not just be to farmers that are in the city or that are doing large-scale farming or mechanized farming. Down to the rural areas, farmers that are in the local areas, are these grants accessible to them? Are there loans that they could take to upscale their farming? These are things that should be put in place such that even the local farmer can say, oh, I am benefiting from this and I'm producing more than before this policy was implemented. I couldn't produce up to this basket of tomatoes, up to this basket of yam, cassava, and every other farm produce that we can produce because we have the land. I would not say land is a problem apart from land grabbing issues. We have land. We have good soil for cultivating these crops and producing these crops. But now we have issues of how much would these policies be implemented?
Well, for Rivers State, someone might just be saying, we've experienced a state of emergency for 6 months, or the governor just returned to office, and, commissioners have been sacked. So we're looking forward to... as the Commissioner for Agriculture resumes office, appointments comes to play, and we see what happens. But at the end of the day, the MRI Sanusi says policies. We need to make better policies, and then we need to see a continuity
of
in
those
policies. What are your thoughts? Let's get you talk to us this evening.
What are the areas you think what are the challenges you think we're faced with in the agricultural sector from the federal level down to the state level? And also, do you think that policy continuity is a major factor or problem hindering the progress of our agricultural sector? Also, I think during the news I read where he says that, where MSNC says that the government do not have enough money to fix every farmer's challenge. Do you agree with that statement that the government do not have enough money to fix every farmer's challenge? 0810-9510951. And if you're a farmer or you're into farming, you cultivate crops in your area, in your land, or you're doing, farming, please call us and let us know areas where you feel that there are challenges in local farming in the rural areas. Let us know. 0810-9510951. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, Mr. Zion from Port Harcourt. Good evening to you.
All right, Mr. Zion, go ahead.
Before my very good friend Sanusi should be talking about policy, the question is the government even interested in agriculture? You can only create policy on what you have interest in. They are not interested in agriculture. And it's so painful when you see a man will struggle on his own to farm with cassava, and when he come out with gari, they will come and price a rubber for 2,000. What kind of wickedness is that? This normal custard rubber of gari, you are pricing it 2,000 and you are happy. You are happy. Do you know that now as we are talking, estate management people are buying the whole forest in Nigeria, a very good soil for cassava. They are buying everything at cheaper rates, hoping that tomorrow the land will appreciate. They will now start building house and no room for agriculture. When you fix agriculture, you fix your nation. All the agricultural programs and projects we have heard, e-wallet, agriculture, NISRA, agriculture, fertilizer and everything, it don't come to the south, southeast. They go to the north. To the north. the northern people have more agricultural incentive to the favor of their people more than we from the southeast here. We virtually struggle to go to the farm, but they have agricultural loan. They have agricultural strength, agricultural programs through government intervention. Yeah, if you give soft loan to our farmers, you go to farm. I have a farmer. I have a farm.
Okay.
If they give you a loan, you two will go to farm. You produce, I produce. Will the price of Gary be reduced? Let us be joking. The time will come, we'll look for food. We will not see it.
We pray we don't get to that time. Thank you for your thoughts. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Queen.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Ben Maja, the farmer, yes.
All right, Maja.
You see, each time we have this discussion as regards agriculture, I weep for Nigeria. Particularly, I weep for the South. And again, I weep for River State. Today, if you watch on TV what happened in Bauchi State, the program they held in Bauchi today, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You see, I was shocked. If you look at the hall, that type of hall that was built by Bala Mohammed is not anywhere in River State. Former president was there, Olusegun Obasanjo. The president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was represented by the vice president. The hallmark of the discussion is agriculture. Foreign investors are all there. At River State, they are playing politics with Songhai Farm and the Irebe Gari processing plant. Let me tell you, let anybody call to challenge me as we speak. There's nowhere in River State that will have a tractor that is harrowing the soil for any farmer. There's nowhere. The governor wants to renovate the podium block that was set ablaze, allegedly. We are joking. Songhai Farm. Even Ibok came here and play politics with it. Agriculture, because the rice they eat in government house is foreign rice and foreign food. Till we are serious, we will not be serious. They share money and continue to play with agriculture. Start giving for the farmers.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for your thoughts. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, please.
My name is Chief Elder Comrade Samson.
All right, go ahead.
I am calling from Eleme. I'm a farmer.
All right.
And I want to tell you that from local government to state government and to federal government don't have any plans for farmers. I don't know, although they have a way of surviving the farmers in the north, because they are having a loan. They are having a low interest loan that they give to them on a yearly basis. But here, like in River State, the local government who are closer to the people, who are supposed to take care of farmers very well, they don't even have it in their plans. In short, they don't even dream about it. Not to talk about the state governor. The only time we see that government tried to assist farmers was during the time of Rotimi Amechi administration. But it was not properly planned because almost all the big politicians in the state become farmers in Port Harcourt in government house. They only answer farmers in government house, but they are in the real farming. They are not there. The farmers suffered a lot of issues, ranging from acquisition of land, because without land you cannot do farming. Again, the herdsmen are also devouring their plants. When they plant, they devour. When they mature, they also uproot and give to their llama. Then also that there are also criminals who are also, because of unemployment, they begin to go around uprooting cassavas and sell. Late in the night, they go with rechargeable lights to uproot cassavas and sell. And the farmer will go out with nothing. scam them, which one again do you want to talk about? So until government begin to see farmers as serious business, then we are just joking over these areas, because all the budget for agriculture, they are diverting it for other things.
All right, thank you for your thought.
Then, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, please.
Yeah, this is Honorable Chris. I greet everybody.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I don't know how to tell my elder that what he or he's lying. I don't know how to change it. I don't believe what Sanusi is saying. Sanusi, last time I checked, he claimed not to be a politician, but he's a politician. So, all these things that he's saying, do you know that under the block, you can use 500 naira and make pot of soup with big fish, and you still buy gari? I know that time very well. So, to me, what is the problem? Under APC, do they think like people that have you at heart to produce for you? And there is one thing that people need to understand. You notice that this time around now, this herdsman of a thing is now rampant in the southeast and the south. What is their plan? To cause food crisis in our land. Not that we are not farming, we farm, but here, one bag of fertilizer that I contributed for my mom, close to 50,000. And how can you get a plate of fertilizer 50,000? To process cassava. Last time I traveled to the village to bring 4 pints of gari, to process it and bring it down here. You know how much I spent? I spent close to 30,000 or 40,000 to make that journey. So I'm thinking that maybe I want to sell that gari. How do you think if you come, I will dash it in the name of the Father for you, Abi? I'll put you on everything now.
All right, thank you for your thoughts.
Can you see? Tell yourself the truth.
All right. All right, we've been looking at agricultural sector factors that hampers the improvement or advancement of our agricultural sector. And Emir Sanusi said that he believes that the major problem that we're faced with in the country as regards the agricultural sector is the lack of policy continuity, where he says that every time there's an election, it is as if everyone comes to start on a clean slate. And he's saying that if policies can be continued in the agricultural sector, there will be a lot of improvements. There will be a better agricultural sector in our country. He also said how that while he was in his tenure, that they discovered 13 tomato varieties that were suitable for paste production, but because of lack of continuity in policies, they had to let that go. The project was abandoned. And then we're looking at the issues, that farmers are faced with. We've talked about policies, we've talked about, land, security in farmland. Farmers should have access to grants and loans, both local farmers and mechanized farmers. There should be, access to equipment. Government should provide, certain equipment down to the state level. State government should provide this for agricultural people, farmers. Attention should be placed so much on our agricultural sector because it affects every other part of the economy. Aside food production, employment opportunities, trainings should be done for these farmers. And it should not just be centered around those that are farming in the cities and township regions, down to the rural communities, the rural areas. Every farmer, there should be policies in place to make sure that real farmers, right, not just those that, write on the book that they're farmers. Real farmers have access to lands. They should have access to quality seedlings. The government should provide farmers quality seedlings so that they can plant and, harvest some of this produce, cassava, some of the produce that we farm, tomatoes, onions, potatoes, produce that we know that we have a land-rich soil for. We've also been looking at how that, in River State, down to River State, we have the Songhai farm, and how that if policies are implemented and sustained, we should not be dealing with hunger at this point. We should not still be talking about agriculture, improvement, growth, development. We should have gone past this level already where we're at right now in our agricultural sector. The Songhai farm is there. Down to Rumo Dumaya feed mill, even in Port Harcourt. So these are the issues we'll be looking at. What do you think are the challenges? What are the local farmers and even mechanized farmers faced with? And do you think, according to Sanusi, he says that the government do not have enough money to meet every farmer's challenge. Do you think the government do not have the money to fix every farmer's challenge? And what are the challenges that are hampering the will of development in the agricultural sector? 0810-951-0951. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Chooks.
All right, Chooks.
What he said is true. The problem we have with farming is that the government is not really helping issue. Are you hearing me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, they are not helping issue. The problem, most of the loan they give, especially this side, the northerners are doing well. We here, our loan don't used to get to direct farmers, real farmers. What they do when they bring this money, they share this money to their friends that are politicians like them. They give their fellow court member, share the remaining one to their society members. That is what they do here. The whole thing will just go within their pocket. At the end of the day, nothing. That is one of the challenges we are facing here, because we have fertilizer companies here with us. Then why are we not doing well when it comes to agriculture? And this continuity, especially this South River State case study, continuity is not there. The Songhai from the former governor Amechi did that one. We came on board, and because both of them are not in good terms, he abandoned it. This is our governor now. They said he's the messiah of our time. He has come back. We are waiting for him. Let him go back there and see what he can be able to do. And see how that farm and the cassava processing farm also can function.
All right.
But at the end of the day, nothing. We are not, for now, we have not seen much. We have not really, in agriculture, we have not really seen much when it comes to this our side here.
All
right. And nothing again is the callers. We should see how we can be able to try and see how we can. Hello?
I can hear you.
Yeah, let us see how we can help ourselves, because this government have no plan for any of us. The little portion of land, some of us have areas that we stay that we have 1 plot, 2 plots that are free. Some of them just grow bushy like that. You can clear them and do farm. Presenter, you can also do farm work. Even me that is talking to you, I have a farm. I have farm in my domain here, the land that is close to me, my neighbor. I'm farming there. People should take advantage of the little plot of land they have within their vicinity and see what they can do with it. Not calling government. Government is just government, the basic thing, the basic needs that we need from government. They're not providing it now.
Thank
Even
you.
some of the places that people are mentioned, like the Kedo Road.
All
Even
right.
if you do agriculture there, how will you carry the
Please
thing
wrap
to
up
the
your
market
thoughts
to
so I
sell?
can take more calls.
To
Thank
sell to
you.
people? These are some of the challenges that Nigerians are going through.
Thank you so
Let
much.
me end it at that. Thank you very
All
much.
right. All right. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, the one and only beautiful queen of the radio and my beautiful sister Luna.
Yes, we can
Thank
hear
you
you.
for joining us. Go on, please.
Yeah, a blessed evening to you and a bad one to all the bad politicians who will not do farming but be stealing money and taking it abroad, crisscrossing all over Nigeria, buying houses. My sister Queen and my sister Luna, you see, I want to remind us quickly, back in the days when technology has not even advanced, like 21st century of today, when you own NTA News, you will hear the do tan. The first thing they will show you, you will see tractors, you will see pyramid of granite, you will see the farm work, you will see some people, they will use it as advertisement before they will begin to talk news headline. We don't watch NTA these days again. I don't know how they are still showing those things. What Sanusi is saying is true. Look at our governors. Look at our local government chairman. Immediately they climb on seat. They are buying houses outside Nigeria. They are going to do a holiday in London. Where are you? Now they don't hold political meeting here in the country. The local government chairman. Just look at recently. Some people they say they are lawmakers, House of Assemblymen. They are holding meeting in London. Just imagine that. Did you know those money they spend on those trips? Do you know how many tractors those money will buy? Did you know how many fertilizer those money will buy? They don't do mechanized farming. Look at Israel. Their place is rock. They go and get soil and bring it and begin to farm. And they are doing well in agricultural product. Look at their Philippines. It's very poor countries. Nigeria is far richer than Philippines. But do you know some of the rice they were importing here? I know that these are our governors and chairmen and the so-called president and leaders. They say when the general Buhari came, say, let's find what we'll be eating. And these people refused to partake in that project. And they were busy. Now you see a man went and bought us in, I think it's the USA, says for his children.
Thank you.
Did you know how much those houses cost? Do you know if they use that money for mechanized farming for River State? Did you know how River State will come out from agricultural or food insecurity?
All right,
but here they will not do that thing. And you see them, all they after is money, River State money, Nigeria money, crude oil money, and they'll be shining eye, calling it their structure, calling it prayer point. These men, they are not it. Let God just change them and bring people. Let them go to Kirikiri, many of them. And for me, this money so that we'll use it and do better agricultural projects and all that things in Nigeria.
Thank
you, my sister. Don't mind them. They only steal money and do their own
take some
thing.
Messages now.
Thank you.
This person says, good evening to you all. I am Iberi Up Jesus from Port Harcourt. Let the truth be told. The main sector government at all level overlooks, but very important, is agriculture sector. Because without food, all the sectors will die off. God help us all.
Yeah.
Dear Queen, thank you for keeping to your promise by playing Igumbute. We appreciate Collins.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Overall, I don't want to use the word hope, but overall, the River State Ministry of Agriculture should pay attention so much to the agricultural sector so that we can improve the lives of farmers in the city, township, down to the rural communities, and we'll have better food security. There are also certain things that the administration has done. I mean, the Tinubu-led administration. This year that they launched the tractors that were supposed to be distributed. I don't know, thousands of those tractors. I don't know if they've been distributed though. And also there's been some international partnership with Brazil that should cost over $1 million. So we'll just look at how those turn out and how government makes that effective to its people, and then here in River State. Thank you so much for doing this
for your thoughts
with us. My name is Rona Agbara.
I am Queen Chima.
Yeah, I'll be with you tomorrow again for another round of talk. Have a very good evening.
onye mụ na ya na dị na mma ụtụtụ na-efifi anyị nọ na-eme anyị fụgharị anyị anwụọ anyị fụzie na-abụ anyị elie mụ na oyi mụ na dị na mma mụ na ya na-abụ na-eme ka nwanne abụta ofu m oyi mụ nwoke we na bụ nọ o jesie na befe nata ọ nata wee gbozie m n'owu ọsị m onowu n'obi agbawa ma onowu n'obi agbawa na m onowu n'obi etiwa na m si ezigbo oyi ma gịnị na-emeghị ezigbo oyi ma gịnị na-eti oyi n'iki ga-etili mkpu akwa oyi m si m onowu na-alụ emenne obele nwanyị atọlatọ dezie n'obele nwanyị atọlatọ o jele obodo oyibo ọ nata webulu jipu nata jezie egwe kpọpozie ntị ya emesịa na ojezie egwe yezisi ezigbo oyi m ọbịa na-eti ya kwa kedu ibi na-etili mkpu akwa kedu ibi na-etili mkpu akwa oyi m wesi m kpọmọ onowu gonapụ onowu na-aga m eje obodo oyibo ọ dịka obodo oyibo a na-ejibe kata ebule ego a na-ejizi kata ebule ego na ga-eje obodo oyibo nzi ezigbo oyi m welu nwayọ ka isobe ụwa do na adachi ifu ụwa n'ike wo oyimu wekwe mana olu ezizu kanabo nchoba jezi oyim asidezi boyim ejebego obulu welding machine ofifo kaja kanu obulu ewelezie no na mbuka wewele go jebe south anona south no phone call not even a letter ani na tonya no gade ma
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Good day, my lovely people. That's what you dey hear so. Now the voice of Mama Oni. Mama Oni, that Yoruba woman wey sabi only about man matter. I dey always dey treat you, my people. They greet you, say God no go let us stay disease, stay spend the whole of our lifetime. If you be man, wey be say you dey notice say something dey happen inside your body, but the thing no dey there before. Maybe na long time toilet infection na im cause your own. Abi you be man wey be say you no dey take care of yourself. Abi you be man wey you like to dey take cocoa thing. Abi you be man wey be say you get different thing wey you contact from river. Abi from where you dey make intercourse. If all these things enter inside your body as a man, if you gather themselves together wey be say no go let you feel stand gidigba as a real man. No forget o, Yoruba proverb dey talk say anybody wey laugh last na im dey laugh the best. Now I make Mama Oni come tell na for Port Harcourt town say for Mama Oni place we dey take off man matter. Man we know say many things they do am inside in body. Whether you be man we be say you no even get the opportunity to sleep well. Abi you dey get inch inside your body. Abi you be man we be say you no fit stand gidigba say yes I'm a real perfect man. My brother, you need to take 1-2 steps. Come meet Mama Oni.
We are presently at Ojuku Field, Afikpo Street, by My One Police Station, Diop, Port Harcourt. Stand 17.
You need to go meet experts, the people where God give the knowledge, where sabi about natural medicine. One of them, na im be Mama Oni. If you be man, where be say you dey notice say to waka from one pole to the other na wahala. Abi if you dey waka you go dey feel like say somebody dey push you. Abi if you dey waka you go dey feel like say dem put something inside your leg. Abi you be man wey be say your waist dey pain you all the time. Your waist dey pain you all the time. No forget say na waist gone na im man dey o. Man wey waist dey pain, you no go fit talk say I'm a real man. Abi you be man wey be say all the time if you dey talk among people, you then go dey perceive odor from your mouth. Abi your body go dey inch you like say you take yam water take rub body. Abi make your body dey pepper you like say you take yam water take rub body. Who tell you say na only woman na im dem dey put blame for the happiness of the home? Anything wey concern woman, anything wey concern the happiness of the marriage, then go carry all the wahala put for woman head. Man gone na im be the giver. Na im dey give us wetin we go carry. And no forget say Mama Oni, I dey always dey tell you say when you visit our stand for more information and enlightenment, we go tell you many things about man matter. You no forget say na we be una wife, na we be una mama, na we be una sister. Anything wey concern man, e dey inside Mama Oni brain. Use the opportunity wey dey happen now
at Ojuku Field, Afikpo Street, by My One Police Station, Diop, Port Harcourt. Stand 17.
Come visit Mama Oni for information and enlightenment about your health-related matter, about your health-related problems. No forget say God na im dey do everything, but God no go come from heaven. Now God go direct angels to us human beings. Anything wey you dey do, just believe say you go do am well, because oyinbo people say anything one doing at all is one doing well. Now I make Mama Honey dey always dey talk and say I no be God o, I only understand the efficacy of natural medicine. As you sabi your daily activity, na so Mama Honey sabi natural medicine about man problem. No forget na stand 17 I dey, stand number 17. If you be man wey be say until you take all these strong drugs, if you be man where you dey think say until you take all this strong medicine before you go fit stand gidigba as a man. Now be say something don damage inside your body, something don happen inside your body. God don create man the way be say na easy way. Even though you dey think wetin you like, you must to fit stand gidigba as a man. But if you don reach the stage where be say you go dey take many dangerous medicine, if it give you stroke, he give you heart attack, if he give you many problem inside your vein, where be say the vein go die patapata. But because of the power of God inside natural medicine, if it be say na because of you, na God creates me, na God make me understand the efficacy of roots and herbs. This work na the work where I inherit from my father. My father na him be the abore of the whole of Egba land, and na this work where they do since the day where them born me till as I grow rich like this. No forget, Mama Honey Abba Medicine, Mama Honey Abba Home is a division of Abeokuta Woman Abba Care Center. So just use the opportunity. You lovely people wey na don sabi Abeokuta Woman Medicine as e be, na this one still be. Use the opportunity, may come meet Mama Honey inside the ongoing Abba trade fair. Only about man matter. If you be woman, just come purposely because of your papa, be your brother, be your husband. If na woman own, I go direct you to person where they do am. But man matter, na I carry on this trade fair. I go dey expect all of now. God no go let us stay disease, stay spend the whole of our lifetime. You fit call me on 080 39 71 6022 080 39 71 6022 or 090 27 74 67 37 090 27 74 67 37. God no go let us stay disease, stay spend the whole of our lifetime. I go to expect you. Bye for now.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South Sound, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News on your premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Nigerian Air Force commences investigation following alleged destruction of gin factory in Eche. Court orders IGP to arrest former INEC chairman Mahmood Yakubu. On the foreign scene, former FBI Director James Comey pleads not guilty to federal charges. Details shortly. A businessman in Umwegbele 3, Eche local government area of River State, has accused personnel of the Nigerian Air Force of destroying his factory after allegedly mistaking it for an illegal crude oil refining site. The businessman, Barry Friday, a resident of Aloma Umwegbele 3, told Today FM that Air Force personnel stormed his business premises and destroyed materials used in his trade. According to Friday, his business involved the production of dried gin, locally known as Kainkai, which he has operated for about 16 years, as he disassociated his activities from any form of illegal crude oil refining. He claimed that Air Force personnel frequently patrolled the area and expressed surprise that they suddenly targeted his business.
Those Air Force personnel, they came yesterday. So they were patrolling around already regularly. They normally patrol around all those places. Sometimes twice in a day or like 2-3 days, you'll be seeing them. So at times they use drones to pass. Nothing happened. And this business, I've been doing this business for over 16 years. Because my father died and left the business for me. I've been managing the business. So they came down, target at the drum. Because we normally cook tumbo inside that drum and refine to kai kai. That's the business I'm doing there. Nothing connect bunkering to that area. We have almost 20 shades along that side that we are doing the same business. That was the place my father used to train me and brought me to any level I'm in today. It was that shit. It is only my own that they destroyed. Only my own. They didn't touch anywhere.
Friday further narrated that only one of his staff members were present at the time of the incident, and that the Air Force operative reportedly fired gunshots before leaving without asking any questions.
When they came in, it was only one person that was in the shade when they came in. Because they were inside bush tapping power because they will tap from the tree and bring it down to the shade and put inside the drum before we cook it. So they were inside. There was some morning around 9:10 in the morning. And when they came, they didn't ask anything. They only come down, they ran the shade. So after when they came down, they target at the drum and shoot it. And when they shoot it, they drove off. In this thing with them, he said, well, that place is not a bunkering site. But they didn't give their hand like this. So when you see that they target the first shot, they shot the first one. So from there, he ran before they shot the second one. They shoot, they not bomb, they shoot.
Meanwhile, the Nigerian Air Force NAF says it has initiated necessary actions in line with its civilian harm mitigation and response action plan to verify reported incidents. According to a brief statement by the Director of Public Relations and Information of the Nigerian Air Force, Air Commodore Ehime Ejodame, findings from the ongoing verification process will be communicated. Air Commodore Ejodami stated that the Nigerian Air Force remains committed to ensuring the protection of lives and properties of citizens while delivering effective air power against criminal elements. In the meantime, the Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center, YEAC Nigeria, has condemned the alleged bombing and shooting of innocent citizens by the Nigerian Air Force in Imobile 3, a local government area of Rivers State. The organization said the incident, which occurred on Tuesday, October 7, 2025, targeted law-abiding residents engaged in palm wine tapping and local gin production, destroying their properties and livelihoods. Executive Director of YEAC Nigeria, Fineface Dunamene, in a statement, described the attack as a repeat of a similar mistake in Thai local government area where Air Force operation allegedly destroyed a palm oil mill after mistaken for an illegal refinery. He expressed disappointment that despite previous errors, the military failed to apply caution or verify intelligence before striking the area. Dunamene said although no life was reportedly lost, the people of Umuebile 3, mostly farmers and artisans, have suffered massive economic losses that threaten their survival. YEAC Nigeria is demanding a thorough investigation, adequate compensation for victims, and an end to unverified bombings in the Niger Delta. The people of Ogbele community in Nahoda East Local Government Area of River State, host to Aradel Holdings PLC, have staged a peaceful protest against what they described as injustice and environmental degradation affecting their land. The protesters, comprising women, chiefs, opinion leaders, and youths, erected tents and blocked the main entrance to the company's premises. Today FM reports that they carried placards with various inscriptions such as BOT and Aradel Holdings, please declare the amount of money accrued to Ogbele community. Start Petroleum Industry Act, PIA, implementation now with effect from 2021, as they chanted songs of solidarity accompanied by traditional drum beats. Speaking to newsmen, the community woman leader, Peace Amuso, questions the company's refusal to engage community contractors and accused Aradel Holdings of failing to meet its obligations as stipulated in the Petroleum Industry Act, PIA. On their part, the Community Women Assistant Secretary, Joy Okorobia, said Ruth Peter alleged that their children were being denied employment opportunities while outsiders were being recruited monthly. They vowed that the women would not vacate the protest site until their demands are met, claiming that the company had brought more hardship than good to the community. Efforts to reach Blessing Ukbowo, Community Affairs Manager for Aradel Holdings PLC, proved abortive as he did not respond to calls. Youth in Rumekini community, Obiakwa local government area of River State, have issued a warning against individuals allegedly collecting money from a real estate company on behalf of the villagers. Youth President of Rumekini, Jesse Amadi, emphasized that any land transaction, particularly involving the Egbelu land belonging to the three families of Rumehio village, must be discussed at a roundtable with all relevant stakeholders. Amadi questioned the motives of those holding secret negotiations and sidelining families' recognized leadership structures.
I want to tell the public that Rumehio here does not know land grabber. I don't know the people from women here that I went Langrapa to dupe him. So be careful of those people because they will leave him. Women here have never taken decision. We have never met in any way, in any form. So anybody that is doing anything concerning women here, you're on your own. You're on your own risk. Because we have not met, we have not taken any decisions. Remaking is one community. We will take decision from remaking community, not women here.
Also speaking, youth chairman of the Rumwari family in Rumehio village, Prince Will Ovunda, said 3 families were completely unaware of ongoing discussions with the real estate company.
Farmland, we, the family in Rumekin, Rumari youth chairman, I am not aware of anything happening there. If anybody can call meeting as a bona fide son of Rumehio, it should be the part of the late chief. But up to now, we've never gathered for any reason in anywhere to discuss any way on how to discuss business. But we were surprised hearing that some group of persons have gone back in our back to discuss some business with which we, the youth chairman of Rumehio comprises of 3 families, which is Rumare, Rumolo, and the Rumahuicho, and we have various youth chairmen.
Other youths insisted that all negotiations must be inclusive to avoid potential unrest and to maintain peace within the community.
What is happening at the Ibolu farmland, comprising Rumehio, people that they are calling Rumehio, that did business. We, the Rumehio family, we don't know what is happening there. We don't know what is going on. Let him come and settle with them. But those people, I don't know.
Rumehio community have not given any approval to intervene in their property in Ibolu farmland. So we don't know some hoodlums who call themselves Rumehio that have gone to Ebelu to mess up Ebelu farmland, disposing people's property, damaging people's fence. Some pensioners there, they are damaging their property in Ebelu farmland. So I'm telling the world, the public, stay away from that place because Rumemaking entirely is not aware what is going on in Ebelu farmland. Because Rumehio people, they are very, very angry with what is going on in Ebelu farmland.
Councillors representing various wards in Obiakwa local government area of River State are participating in a 3-day seminar aimed at deepening their understanding of the duties and responsibilities of councillors for the sustainability of democracy. Addressing the participants, the chairman of Obiakwa local government area, Gift Wolu, said the seminar would expose the councillors to relevant law necessary for carrying out their legislative functions effectively. Wolu encouraged his councillors to take full advantage of the opportunity to familiarize themselves with legislative processes and their core responsibilities and reminded them of the critical role they play in ensuring good governance at the grassroots level. The Obiakwa Council chairman noted that no administration can succeed without a legislature equipped with sound knowledge of legislative procedures, hence the need for the training.
We have been doing our best to run the affairs of council as put on our shoulders. But we felt that a day like this was necessary so we can expose ourselves to the relevant laws and procedures for conducting legislative business. And I want to say that this event is very important. I want all participants to take it as seriously as is necessary so that in the end we can reap the full benefits and have value for our money. We cannot run the government successfully and effectively without a legislature that is grounded in the business of legislation, advocacy or representation, as well as making sure that all our communities get the dividends of democracy.
On his part, Igo Owonda Wopara, who was a guest lecturer, while highlighting the roles and functions of the legislative arm of governance, emphasized the need for councillors to demonstrate integrity and leadership in the discharge of their duties.
In terms of local government by democratically elected local government councils, it shall be the duty of a local government council within the state to participate in economic planning and development of the area referred to in subsection 2. And to this end, an economic planning board shall be established by a law enacted by the House of Assembly. And you are a vital tool for grassroots democracy. You are empowered to do the following: make bylaws for peace, order, and good governance of the local government area. Perform oversight functions over the executive chairman and other local officials. Represent the people by channeling community needs into local policies and developmental projects.
Today FM's Uchenjo Ejowo reports that other guest lecturers also spoke on various approaches to understanding the duties and responsibilities of councillors for the sustainability of democracy. The Federal High Court seat in Abuja has adjourned till Friday, October 10 for the further hearing in a suit challenging the constitutional authority of President Bola Tinubu to declare a state of emergency in Rivers State. Presiding Judge Justice James Omotosho fixed a new date after listening to submissions from counsels representing both parties in the matter. During the proceedings, counsel to the President, Babatunde Ogala, urged the court to rely on its previous rulings in similar cases, which were dismissed for lack of jurisdiction. However, counsel to the plaintiff, Babafemi Adegbite, opposed the motion, arguing that the case before the court raises distinct constitutional questions and sought permission to make oral submissions to establish why the court has jurisdiction to entertain the matter. In his ruling, Justice Omotosho directed the plaintiff to file a written address in support of his claims and adjourned the case for further deliberation. Speaking to newsmen after the sitting, the plaintiff, Farah Dagogo, a former member of the House of Representatives through his counsel, Babafemi Adegbite, stated that despite the lifting of the emergency rule, the constitutional question remains unresolved.
Basis that it didn't have jurisdiction, that the proper court to go to is the Supreme Court. And we are of a different opinion. So we're agreeing with the court that we're going to address the court on that on Friday, the 10th day of October 2025. We'll address the court on why we think the court has jurisdiction. And like our client always says, he wants the matter to get to a logical conclusion, let the court decide one way or the other, then we'll decide on the next step to take. Like we said, we know and we still believe that the president did not have the power to do what he did. Still going ahead with the case after 6 months is not an academic exercise. We want to get to a logical conclusion for the sake of posterity. Let the court judge. We're going to go all the way to Supreme Court, God willing.
Today FM reports that yesterday's session marked the first full appearance of all parties in the suit, including President Bola Tinubu, Senate President Godswill Akpabio, the leadership of the National Assembly, and former Rivers State Sole Administrator, retired Vice Admiral Ibo Ete Ibas. You're listening to the World News on your premium talk radio Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. Former Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, says his resignation from office was not an admission of guilt. Nnaji resigned yesterday following the controversy surrounding his certificate, said to have been obtained from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, UNN, in Enugu State, as well as his National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, discharge certificate. While he maintains that he graduated from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, in 1975, a report indicates that the institution could not verify his academic records. In a statement yesterday night, Nnaji admitted that the decision to resign from his position did not come lightly. The former minister also claimed that the certificate scandal was politically motivated by his opponents. He thanked President Bola Tinubu for the opportunity to serve in his cabinet and assured the president of his continued loyalty. Meanwhile, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has called for an independent, transparent and comprehensive investigation into the academic and professional credentials of all members of the Federal Executive Council FEC, beginning with President Bola Tinubu himself. Atiku's call comes in the wake of the recent resignation of the former Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, over an alleged certificate scandal. Following the controversy surrounding the authenticity of his academic qualifications, Nnaji tendered his resignation yesterday, but maintains that his resignation is not an admission of guilt. Reacting to the development in a post on his X handle, Atiku said the resignation of the former minister has once again brought to light the deep moral crisis at the heart of the Tinubu administration. The former vice president also questioned Tinubu's own credentials, alleging that they have been the subject of controversy for decades. Atiku also criticized the Department of State Services, DSS, questioning how Nnaji's alleged certificate scandal escaped detection during the screening process prior to his appointment. The federal government has appealed to the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, to shelve its planned strike, assuring that it is committed to addressing all outstanding demands raised by the union. Addressing a news conference in Abuja, the Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, said the federal government is already looking into the demands of the union and progress has already been made in the ongoing negotiations between both parties. The minister explained that the Mahmoud Yalaye Ahmed federal government Tertiary Institutions Expanded Negotiation Committee had been reconstituted and inaugurated to fast-track talks with both academic and non-academic unions in universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education. He added that the President Bola Tinubu had given clear directives that all efforts must be made to avoid another disruption in the nation's tertiary institutions. ASU has already begun full mobilization of its members in preparation for a possible nationwide warning strike, as its 14-day ultimatum is set to expire on Sunday. The union announced the decision to embark on a 14-warning strike following a National Executive Council meeting held on Sunday at the University of Abuja. Meanwhile, the Senior Staff Association of Nigeria Universities, SSANU, and the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Associated Institutions have declared a one-day protest for tomorrow over the federal government's failure to meet their demands. Acting under the Joint Action Committee, both unions directed all their branches to hold joint emergency meetings today to mobilize members of protest activities. These will include marches on campuses, placard displays, and press briefings. The decision followed a comprehensive review of government actions at JAC's meeting on October 6, after several ultimatums had expired without resolution. And on the foreign scene, the former director of the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, James Comey, has pleaded not guilty to making false statements to lawmakers and obstructing the congressional proceeding. Comey's lawyer entered a plea on his behalf in a federal court in Alexandria, Virginia. His lawyer, Patrick Fitzgerald, said he would seek to have the case dismissed for several reasons, including that his client, a critic of Donald Trump, was being targeted. Comey was indicted a few days after Trump urged his attorney general to take action against him. A judge set a trial date of January 5 after Comey's lawyers requested a speedy trial. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The Nigerian Air Force has commenced investigation following the alleged destruction of a gin factory in Eche. You heard that a federal high court in Osun State has ordered the IGP to arrest former INEC chairman Mahmood Yakubu. And on the foreign scene, we told you that former FBI Director James Comey has pleaded not guilty to federal charges. That was the news as edited by Ifunaya Obeme Undukwe. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-382850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I'm Rona Agbara. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Good evening. This is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. It is time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I'm Rona Abara. In the headlines, Burkina Faso military government arrests European workers for allegedly spying. DRC military court convicts 23 people for collaborating with allied democratic forces. Twin report alleges U.S. financial involvement enabling Israel war crimes. Israel intercepts Freedom Flotilla coalition vessels en route to Gaza. 11 Pakistani military personnel reportedly dies in gunfight with armed fighter. Now the news in details. Burkina Faso's military government says it has arrested 8 people working for a humanitarian organization, accusing them of spying and treason. Burkina Faso's Security Minister Mamadou Sana said the 8 people arrested worked for the international NGO safety organization INSO, a Netherlands-based group specializing in humanitarian safety. Sana disclosed that the detained Frenchman, a French-Senegalese woman, a Zet man, a Malian, and 4 Burkinabe nationals, alleging that the staff members had continued working for the organization after it was banned for 3 months for allegedly collecting sensitive data without authorization. The security minister claimed some of the INSO staff had continued to clandestinely or covertly conduct activities such as information collection and meetings in person or online following the ban. He also claimed that INSO staff members had collected and passed a sensitive security information that could be detrimental to national security and the interest of Burkina Faso to foreign powers. In response, the Hague-based humanitarian organization issued a statement rejecting allegations about its activities in Burkina Faso. It noted their commitment to ensuring safe release of all their colleagues, adding that they collect information exclusively for the purpose of keeping humanitarians safe. Residents of Bamako are facing fuel shortages due to a blockade of fuel tankers by JNIM militants. Bakari Kolobi, who resells gas at a small kiosk on the side of the road, said he was having a hard time finding gas. Motorcycles and cars alike crowded around one gas station, with some people arguing and fighting for a place in line. Militants from Jamaat Nusrat-e-Salam wal Muslim have relentlessly attacked fuel tankers coming from neighboring Senegal and Ivory Coast, plunging the capital of the landlocked West African country into crisis. Despite being one of Africa's top gold producers, Mali is ranked the 6th least developed nation in the world, with nearly half its population living below the national poverty line. The Beni Garrison Military Court has handed down its verdict after 2 weeks of an intense trial in a case of collaboration with the Allied Democratic Forces. The trial marks a turning point in the fight against terrorism in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. 23 people received sentences ranging from 5 to 20 years of penal servitude. They were convicted on charges of participation in the insurrectionary movement, criminal conspiracy, as well as financing and carrying out acts of terrorism. The court's presiding judge, Lieutenant Colonel Yembo, recognized the severity of the sentences given in application of Article 7 of the Military Criminal Code. His words underlined the seriousness of the charges and determination of the military justice system to send a clear message. The convictions target individuals whose involvement in the activities of the Allied Democratic Forces, ADF, an armed group affiliated with the Islamic State, has been established. Away from Africa to the rest of the world, United States Attorney General Pam Bondi has faced fierce questioning at the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing, as Democrats accused her of politicizing the Department of Justice, DOJ. In her first appearance before the Republican-controlled committee since the indictment of former FBI Director James Comey, Bondi defended the department's direction under her leadership, saying she came into office determined to end the weaponization of justice and refocus on violent crime. She said the DOJ had returned to their core mission of fighting real crime, pointing to increased federal activity in Washington, D.C., Memphis, and Tennessee. Bondi also defended the deployment of National Guard troops to cities like Chicago and Portland, saying local governments failed to protect citizens. She ties challenges in enforcing public safety to the ongoing government shutdown, blaming Democrats for undermining law enforcement readiness. Meanwhile, National Guard troops from the Texas have arrived in the U.S. state of Illinois ahead of a planned deployment to Chicago. The arrival of the troops is the latest escalation by the administration of United States President Donald Trump in its crackdown on the country's third largest city. The Guard's exact mission is not immediately clear, though the Trump administration has an aggressive immigration enforcement operation in Chicago, and protesters have frequently rallied at an immigration building outside the city in Broadview, Illinois. The president repeatedly has described Chicago in hostile terms, calling it a hellhole of crime, although the police statistics show significant drops in most crimes, including homicides. The president claimed that there were likely 50 murders in Chicago over the last 5, 6, 7 months, although according to government data, Chicago saw a 33% reduction in homicides in the first 6 months of 2025, a 38% reduction in shootings. President Trump also ordered Guard troops to Portland, Oregon, following earlier deployments to Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. Twin reports from the Cost of War Project have alleged that the United States backed Israel with more than $21 billion since October 2023. The reports, which were released by the Cost of War Project at Brown University, found that without U.S. weapons and money, Israel wouldn't have been able to sustain its genocidal war on Gaza, start a war with Iran, or repeatedly bomb Yemen. The report's findings are also backed up by analysts who said Israel's war in Gaza and in the wider region could not have continued without U.S. financial and diplomatic support. A fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs, Omar Rahman, said U.S. support for Israel at all levels is indispensable to the prosecution of Israel's war both in Gaza and across the region. In another development, the Freedom Flotilla Coalition, FFC, has alleged that the Israeli military attacked its convoy of boats and intercepted several vessels as they were sailing towards Gaza. The FCC said the military had attacked the Conscience, a boat carrying 93 journalists, doctors and activists, before it attacked and intercepted 3 smaller boats today. It said the passengers were being held in unknown conditions. Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs confirmed on X that a raid on the flotilla had taken place, stressing that they attempted to breach the legal naval blockade to enter a combat zone. It disclosed that the vessels and the passengers are transferred to an Israeli port, noting that they are in good health. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni says she has been accused of complicity in genocide in a complaint lodged within the International Criminal Court, ICC, over Rome's support for Israel as it bombards Gaza. Meloni made the statement during an interview with the state television company ROAI in the first public comment on the situation, which has not been confirmed by the International Court. Meloni said Defense Minister Guido Crosetto and Foreign Minister Antonio Tajani said they have been denounced, referring to when the court is officially alerted to a possible crime. She hinted that Roberto Cingolani, head of Italian weapons and aerospace company Leonardo, might also have been named. The complaint, dated October 1, was signed by 50 people, including law professors, lawyers, and several public figures who accused Meloni and others of complicity by supplying arms to Israel, according to the AFP news agency. Recall that Italy's Defense Minister Guido Crosetto said Italy was only sending deliveries of arms to Israel under contract signed before October 7, 2023, and that Italy has sought assurances from Israel that the weapons would not be used against civilians in Gaza. A government official in Ecuador has accused protesters of attempting to attack President Daniel Noboa, alleging that a group of approximately 500 people surrounded his vehicle and threw rocks. The attack, which unfolded in the south-central province of Cana, took place as Noboa arrived in the canton of El Tambo for an event about water treatment and sewage. Environment and Energy Minister Ines Mazzano said Noboa's car showed signs of bullet damage. In a statement to the press, she explained that she filed a report alleging an assassination attempt had taken place. The president's office also issued a statement after the attack, pledging to pursue accountability against those involved. Syria's government has declared a ceasefire between its security forces and Kurdish fighters in the northern city of Aleppo, after 1 person was killed and 4 people were injured in overnight violence. Syria's Minister of Defense, Muraf Abu Qassar, announced the ceasefire after meeting with Mazloum Abdi, the commander of the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces, SDF, saying the two sides had agreed on a comprehensive ceasefire across all fronts and military positions in northern and northeastern Syria. The government minister added that the implementation of the agreement will begin immediately. The Syrian army and the United States-backed SDF clashed after SDF fighters reportedly targeted checkpoints in the city. 11 military personnel have been killed in a gunfight with armed fighters in the country's northwest. The country's army, in a press statement, said the gun battle erupted during an intelligence operation in the Orakzai district near the Afghan border. During the intelligence raid, the military said an intense exchange of fire broke out with Karachi, a term it uses for banned groups such as the Pakistan Taliban, which claimed responsibility for the attack. Among the dead were Lieutenant Colonel Junaid Arif and his deputy, Major Tayyab Rahat, along with 9 other soldiers. The army said 19 fighters were also killed. In a statement, Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif lauded security forces for their service and paid tribute to the troops who lost their lives. 15 people have been reportedly killed after debris from a massive landslide hit a bus in India's northern state of Himachal Pradesh. At least 20 to 25 passengers were in the bus at the time. 9 men, 4 women and 2 children were among those killed. 3 injured children were rescued and admitted to a local hospital for treatment. Rescue operations have continued in an attempt to find other missing passengers who are believed to be dead. Intermittent rains have lashed the region since Monday, making the fragile mountain slopes unstable. Extreme rains this year have caused flooding and landslide across the South Asian region, which includes India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, and the Maldives and Nepal. That story from India concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, as produced by Sandra Kenneth of the News Department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headline. Burkina Faso military government has arrested European workers for allegedly spying. We told you that the Democratic Republic of Congo military court has convicted 23 people for collaborating with allied democratic forces. You heard that a twin report has alleged that the United States is financing Israel war. We also told you that Israel has intercepted Freedom Flotilla coalition vessels en route to Gaza. And finally, you heard that 11 Pakistani military personnel have reportedly died in a gunfight with armed fighter. Till same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
BBC World Service. I'm Yasha Michelle in London with Focus on Africa. The US deports 10 people in Eswatini in a deal critics say is both secretive and controversial.
From my side as a Swazi citizen, I would be blind not to say that this is to benefit the monarch and advance the monarchy's interest.
Why has Nigeria's Minister of Science and Technology resigned?
There were a lot of hues and cries over his certificate. People alleging that the credentials he submitted for screening to get the appointment were not genuine.
And thousands of nurses and midwives in Ghana protest for not being paid for months.
It's actually getting us crazy. And the landlord is on my neck. So right now, the landlord has sacked me from this house.
That's all on the BBC, Today in Focus. First, the news.
BBC News with Sue Montgomery. The highest level negotiations on ending the war in Gaza have been taking place in Egypt. On the third day of the indirect talks between Israel and Hamas, President Trump's envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff have been in attendance, along with the Qatari Prime Minister and Egypt's intelligence chief. In Gaza, 2 deaths have been reported since midnight, the lowest number for months. From Jerusalem, Hugo Bashega.
This is the first time that all these key names are gathered under the same roof, trying to make progress in these negotiations and eventually make peace. So there is huge momentum for some kind of progress here, for a deal to see these hostages being freed in exchange for Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails, and also a partial withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza. This is the first phase of the 20-point plan that was announced by President Trump last week. There is cautious optimism being expressed by a number of people involved in these negotiations.
The former FBI Director James Comey has pleaded not guilty to charges brought against him in a U.S. federal court. It was his first court appearance since being charged last month, with one count of making false statements and another of obstruction of justice. He's asked for a jury trial. Nomia Iqbal was following proceedings.
The hearing itself didn't last for very long, but the impact of what's happening today is very far-reaching. James Comey, the former director of the FBI, being here in court is essentially a culmination of an effort by President Trump to go after him. It was pretty alarming, the sequence of events in terms of how we got here. Mr. Trump publicly calling for his Attorney General, Pam Bondi, who heads up the Justice Department, very loyal to Donald Trump, to go after Mr. Comey. Donald Trump has long disliked Mr. Comey.
Amnesty International has called on the Tanzanian government to immediately disclose the whereabouts of a former diplomat turned government critic, Humphrey Polepole. His brother says he was abducted from his home in Dar es Salaam on Monday. Amnesty said those responsible must be held accountable. Mr. Polepole had served as Tanzania's ambassador to Cuba since 2013, but resigned in July, accusing his government of human rights abuses. He'd since become a fierce critic of the leadership of President Samia Suluhu Hassan, who's seeking a new term in elections later this month. The government has intensified a crackdown on the opposition. Mr. Polepole's mother, Anna Mari, made an emotional appeal to police to bring him home.
Bring me back my child if he's alive. Return him to me. If he's not, let me bury my child myself. They should not go and throw him into the sea.
BBC News. Ukraine's military intelligence has released details of almost 200 cultural artifacts looted by Russia from occupied territories. It lists illegal excavations in Crimea, including at a Roman military campsite, and dozens of pieces stolen in Zaporizhia. Most of the items come from the ancient Scythian civilization. It's thought that thousands of artifacts may have been taken during the war. The Nobel Prize in Chemistry has been awarded to Susumu Kitagawa from Japan, British-born Richard Robson, and the US Jordanian Omar Yagi. The three equally share the Science Prize for developing entirely new materials with unheard-of properties. They developed metal organic frameworks which contain large cavities that enable them to trap and store other chemicals. These new molecular structures can potentially be used to capture carbon dioxide to help tackle climate change, or be used for harvesting water from desert air. But one of the laureates, Richard Robson, is sceptical.
There's talk about binding CO2 and solving the world's atmospheric problems and so on, which don't sound realistic to me, but these sorts of compounds could do that sort of job on a small scale.
The Bank of England has warned of the risk of an AI bubble after it assessed some company values in the sector as stretched. The UK Central Bank said there was an increasing risk of a sharp correction in global markets that could inflict similar damage on the economy as the dot-com crash at the turn of the millennium. The European Parliament has approved by a comfortable margin a proposal to ban terms like vegetarian steak and veggie burger. Céline Imar of the centre-right EPP, who sponsored the bill, said it wasn't about banning plant-based alternatives, but about clarity for consumers. BBC News.
Hello, I'm Yasha Michelle, and here's what's coming up for you on this edition of Focus on Africa. The US deports 10 people to Eswatini in a deal that critics say should be ringing alarm bells for the continent. Nigeria's Minister of Science and Technology resigns following allegations of certificate forgery.
There were a lot of hues and cries over his certificate. People alleging that the credentials he submitted for screening to get the appointment were not genuine and they could actually have been faked. The Nigerian online newspaper Premium Times said unearthed a lot of information that indicated that 2 certificates that he submitted were really fake.
And why are thousands of nurses and midwives in Ghana protesting?
This 10-month thing is actually getting us crazy. I had a landlord who understood me. So I paid 3 months to him and tell him that after 3 months, maybe the salary will come so that I will pay for the year. After 3 months, 5 months, I haven't seen anything. And the landlord is on my neck.
It's Wednesday, the 8th of October. First, we go to Eswatini. The United States has sent 10 people, none of them from Eswatini, to live temporarily in the small southern African kingdom. It's part of a deal signed earlier this year between Washington and the Eswatini government, allegedly allowing the U.S. to send foreign deportees there in exchange for money to nominally help improve Eswatini's borders and migration systems. But the arrangement is proving highly controversial. Lawyers and human rights groups say Parliament was never consulted, and they warn it could endanger both the country's security and its democracy. There are also growing concerns about the deportees themselves, who are being kept in isolation inside a prison a short drive away from the capital, Bambane, away from public view. Let's hear some of the views from Eswatini.
The agreement between the government and the United States has different aspects that we are concerned with. The first one is the legality, whether in fact our government has permissible legislation that would allow them to engage in this agreement, which we are of the view that they do not. Also, it's a question of the fact that our prisons are overcrowded. They say they are at 400% in some instances. The other one is the lack of transparency as to who is benefiting.
Our demands basically is for transparency on the agreement, and also respect of the Constitution, which was overlooked, whereby there was no discussion in Parliament. But also we need the court to respect the application by not bringing in more deportees, because we are now seeing more coming in, yet there's a court application also stating that they shouldn't bring more, why the court case is in progress.
Our neighbors and the SADC region have been quite concerned. They've spoken about concerns of safety and issues around human rights, of the inmates that are being brought to our country, not to respond to that as a country. Instead, our government has assured us that arrangements are being made for these prisoners to be then sent to their respective countries. So really, there's a lot of concern around the secrecy and around the actual terms and conditions, and what is it that we stand to gain.
To understand more about the situation, I spoke to human rights lawyer Sibusiso Ntlabati in Bambane. He's been closely involved in handling this latest arrival of deportees and those who arrived earlier in July.
It's secretive because it was never made to the public. Thank God for the South African media who were able to pick this thing up, which then forced our own government to then publicly declare that there's a deal, but be scant on the information of the deal. It is clear that the deal is made a secret because it is not going to benefit the Swazi people. From my side, as a Swazi citizen, I would be blind not to say that this is to benefit the monarch and advance the monarch's interest.
Okay, why is that the case?
He's an absolute monarch. We have a constitution, but it elevates him and gives him absolute power. We have a king with executive authority, and he has power over the judiciary. So he has executive power in the strict sense. So he's above government. Actually, the government belongs to him instead of being the other way around. So with that power, then you can do almost everything under the earth.
Lawyers like yourself and rights groups are saying that the agreement breaks the law because Parliament never approved it. Why is that possible?
Yes, there was no need even for Parliament to approve it. There was no need for Parliament to know. Parliament cannot hold the executive to account because the executive is the king himself. There is no difference between the executive and the legislature and the judiciary. It's one person dominating all the three organs of government.
Can you tell me more about these detainees?
Yes, while I was not given the liberty to disclose their names, I can speak of the 5 that arrived earlier because I was actively involved in their case. They came to America as young men in the 80s and they found themselves on the wrong side of the law. But they served their sentences and they were released in the early 90s. The problem began when they were supposed to then be deported home because some of them refused to go back home because on the basis that they might face hostility or even threats. What then America then said, they were like, they just left the matter hanging, allowed them to live in the American society. They started working, they started families in America, only to be told in July 2025 that you were supposed to have been deported in the 90s. So pack your bags, you are going now. So that's the essence of this case. But the picture that has been painted by the Americans is that these are barbaric criminals who are not wanted by their own countries. Yet they fail to explain that they've been free for almost 30 years. They've been living with our people in our society.
You're part of the legal team that is challenging this. What is your main argument then against the government?
The main issue is that when you have people in jail, they have a right to legal representation and access. Then the second aspect of it is that the deal between America and Swaziland needs to be known, because if this benefit is solely for the benefit of His Majesty, let that be known that no, the Trump administration has entered into an agreement with the king. The people are excluded. They are not part of this.
Okay, so you say that $5.1 million was given solely to the king, or it's solely for the king's use. But the U.S. reportedly gave Eswatini this amount of money for border management, which is true.
What border management? We don't have a border management crisis in Swaziland. Swazis rather leave to go to another country. We don't have a problem like South Africa, for example, where people are going to South Africa in numbers, and South Africa is frustrated, and they have these xenophobic attacks that you see. We don't have a border crisis in this country, so what border management is talking about? I think lies have short legs. You have to find another way of lying. There's just no crisis in the borders in the kingdom.
Now, what happens next legally? Can the courts stop this deal?
The problem with this deal is that it happened at a bilateral and international level. So I don't see the court having the power to stop this deal, but the court has the power and authority to call upon our government to share with the people as to the nature and the extent of this deal. At least the people deserve to know what is in this deal, because we are citizens of this country and the Constitution gives us the right to participate in decision making.
If the agreement continues, especially in light of what you've just said, what precedent could it set for other African countries?
As long as our leaders are seen to be taking any deal from America without scrutinizing it, and in the process ignoring the rights of the people that are involved, Africa will continue to be a dumping site.
That's human rights lawyer Sibusiso Ndlabati. We have put his allegations to both the Eswatini government in Bambane and the country's High Commissioner in London, but neither were available for comment. On to Nigeria now, where a minister has resigned following allegations that he forged both his university and his mandatory National Youth Service discharge certificate. Jeffrey Uchenanji stepped down as the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology just days after the claims appeared in a Nigerian newspaper. He denies these allegations, but the seeds of controversy was sown a while ago in August 2023 after President Tinubu announced his government. Critics immediately began questioning Mr. Naji's academic credentials, and that continued despite some of his high-profile initiatives, which include the establishment of the Science and Innovation Fund and the launch of Tech Advantage Nigeria, a platform for skills development and technology deployment. These are some of the reactions to his resignation on the streets of Abuja.
It's a good development for the country because, the country before now has had, in fact, a lot of people have had a lot of bad impression about the government, where they feel that the leadership are encouraging corruptions and other also bad deeds.
I think it's the right thing to do, though that resignation, in my opinion, came in late. The whole media drama should not have happened before he resigns. That is one. And two, this is a pointer to some flaws in our system, some major flaws in our system.
Personally, I don't think it will have any negative impact on the government of the day, because this is someone who has been caught up by his own lies and his tricky activity. The popular saying of if lies goes for 1,000 years, truth will always catch up in a day. He has found himself in this messy situation which is absolutely caused by himself.
I spoke to Chris Ewoko, our correspondent in Abuja, who began by telling me how Mr. Naji got immersed in the scandal.
Naji was appointed the Minister of Nigeria's Innovation, Science and Technology portfolio in Tinubu's cabinet in 2023. But soon after that, there were a lot of hues and cries over his certificate. People alleging that the credentials he submitted for screening to get the appointment were not genuine and they could actually have been faked. The Nigerian online newspaper Premium Times said unearthed a lot of information that indicated that 2 certificates that he submitted were really fake.
What led to the Premium Times doing this investigation?
At the time of appointment, what we knew was that Naji, he got a Bachelor's of Science degree and claimed to have finished from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, in northeast Nigeria. Now, because he's a very politically exposed person, people who may have known him raised issue with his qualification or alleged qualification. I think that was what led the newspaper into starting investigation on it. And after about 2 years, they published on Saturday that the minister's university degree certificate and that of the National Youth Service Corps, which is a mandatory 1-year service to the nation after graduation from university, that both certificates were actually forged by the minister. This, of course, he had denied, but again, because of the pressure, he's now resigned the position as minister.
What a result. What proof or evidence do they have to prove that he did in fact forge his certificates?
According to the newspaper Premium Times, allegations of certificate forgery have dogged Mr. Naji since July 2023 when President Tinubu named him as one of the 28 ministerial nominees forwarded to the Senate. Now, critics have also long insisted that Mr. Naji did not complete his university education and that both his bachelor's degree and his NYSC discharge certificate he presented to President Tinubu and other relevant service agencies for screening were all forged. Again, the newspaper now said it made a request to the university, and the university clearly stated that although there was a record of the minister, now the former minister, gaining admission into the school, but there was no record of his completing his course of study, and there was no record of his name on the graduate list of the year that he was alleged to have finished school. It is something that a lot of Nigerians have been talking about right now, indicating that there is a huge interest in the qualification of people appointed as ministers into the Federal Republic. We've had a situation like this during Buhari's regime. Former President, late Muhammadu Buhari, had a minister of finance who was alleged to have forged his NYSC certificate. He was later acquitted by the court, but by then she had already resigned her appointment as well. So this is the second time we're saying this. But it is very rare in Nigeria to see ministers either resigning or being suspended from office.
How does this then affect President Tinubu's government?
So this development sort of positively affects the Bola Tinubu's government, because now the government doesn't have the baggage of having to answer to the public or to the media of retaining a minister who is alleged to have forged his certificate. So to this extent, now that he has resigned, it's a positive development for the government and will be seen as a government that doesn't tolerate forgery. We even heard that he may have been pressured to resign by some highly placed persons in the government of Bola Tinubu.
That was Chris Ewoko, our correspondent in Abuja. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. Nurses and midwives, the essential workers who are on the front lines of Ghana's healthcare system, delivering babies, treating patients, and saving lives. But thousands of them say they have not been paid anything in nearly 10 months. And last week, their frustration spilled into the streets of Accra as they marched to the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Health demanding answers. The group says many of them were recruited in December 2024, but while 6,500 of their colleagues were paid in April, thousands more remain unpaid despite repeated appeals. Many are now living in poverty, struggling to pay rent or afford medication, and some are even falling ill themselves. Here's a nurse telling us what impact the delay in salaries is having on her.
I'm Yaru Matilda from Nandom in the Upper West region, but currently at Sunyani Teaching Hospital. In fact, this 10-month thing is it's actually getting us crazy. Me personally, I'm from Nandom and I was posted to Sunyani Teaching Hospital. When I came to Sunyani, the rent issue was actually expensive to me. I had a landlord who understood me. So I paid 3 months to him and tell him that after 3 months, maybe the salary will come so that I will pay for the year. After 3 months, 5 months, I haven't seen anything. And the landlord is on my neck. So right now, the landlord has sacked me from his house. And I have to go and put some of my luggages with a friend. And I'm sleeping at a different place.
Both Ghana's Registered Nurses and Midwives Association and the Ministry of Health state that payment is being held up due to financial clearance, which basically means that before new public sector workers like nurses can be paid, the government has to give approval to put them on the payroll. But how does this happen and who is responsible? Reverend Philemon Japong is the Deputy Public Relations Officer of the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association.
The members of that group have half of their colleagues paid. If you look at the unpaid nurses, they were about 7,000, but those who were posted were 13,500. And if half of them have been paid, they feel very dissatisfied. They are going through an agony because some of them have rented houses and they have not been able to pay their landlords. Others are struggling to make ends meet in terms of what to eat, transportation to work, and varied economic conditions.
The government says financial clearance was granted and many workers have been paid. So from your vantage point, what explains the persistent delays for thousands of others?
Financial clearance was granted to them in August 2024 and the postings took place in January 2025. So they started working in January 2025. Up until May 2025, about half of them have received their salary, and by June it was curtailed. And each time we make follow-up at the ministries, we are told financial clearance has expired. However, it's the same financial clearance that was used to pay half of their group. So once you have not paid them, they feel abandoned and they feel very dissatisfied about the whole situation.
I also spoke to Tony Goodman, the spokesman for Ghana's Ministry of Health, and I began by asking him how it is possible for thousands of nurses and midwives to work for almost a year without pay.
The previous government actually gave financial clearance for the recruitment of some nurses, and when this clearance was given, they were not able to put these workers on payroll. And for that reason, when the new government took over, we continue to put them on our payroll, even though there is no financial clearance. And out of these, about 13,500, which involves these nurses, we cleared 7,000 of them. We are currently left with 6,500. Out of the 6,500, we have also put 3,000 on our payroll. We left with 3,500 to be put on the payroll.
Okay, Mr. Goodman, even these 3,500, if that is the case, these are professionals, men and women who have homes. Some of them probably have children. They're doing a job that is essentially life-saving. How do you expect anyone to be going to work every day for 10 months without pay?
I sympathize with my colleague nurses who are currently going through this. However, the country has recognized the fact that people must be paid anytime they do some work. And for that reason, before you even employ, you must have financial clearance. That financial clearance must show clearly that you have some funding available to recruit the people. Because we're not able to do that, the new government is trying to correct all the wrongs.
Those who have not been paid should be getting paid. How long will the process take for them to be paid?
As I speak to you, the Minister for Health and his colleague the Minister for Finance are currently looking at various measures to curb this issue. So we hope that very soon this problem will be resolved.
Do you have any dates?
For us in the ministry, we don't pay salary. Salaries are actually paid by the Ministry of Finance through Controller and Accountant General. We only process. So we have done what we have to do. We are currently appealing to our colleagues in the other sector to get it. So it will be difficult for me to give timelines since we don't pay.
I believe health workers and perhaps even members of the public who are feeling the brunt of this would believe that the government comes as one. In light of what you've just said, these are your separate colleagues, but they would expect that you as the Ministry of Health would have hopefully all the answers to their questions. So how would you respond to those who say that the government is failing its own health workers?
Government is not failing health workers. The Ministry of Health would have to process another institutions to pay. In Ghana, we have a robust system. We cannot be doing the work that is supposed to be done by another institution. So I can tell you that we believe in a robust system and that is actually working. We have not failed health workers and we'll make sure that all these things do not happen going forward.
Tony Goodman, the spokesman for Ghana's Ministry of Health. Today's edition